Yes, good afternoon. So tell me three problems of anti-defection law. Good afternoon. Hello, hello. So tell me three problems of anti-defection law. No time frame for speaker, right? Kills democracy in legislative process, correct? Loyalty to party than public interest, good. Vaguely defined, correct? Correct. Vague, voluntarily giving up is not defined clearly. Good, good. Okay. Competence of speaker is a question, right? So you have amazing points, correct? 4 or 5 points. If you are able to write an answer, I think that would suffice to write a 250-word answer. The skill is just that one word. Voluntarily giving up is not defined. That on the 10 words are mati. You have to just present it. That's all. Okay. Anyway, good. So I think you have gone through the provisions. Let me, without any delay, we'll just proceed further with our topic of discussion for today. We are in the middle of discussing about the union executive. Right. So we will discuss about some of the powers and functions of the president. So did I discuss about the removal process? No, not yet. Okay, not yet. Okay, okay. So போய்டும் காஃபி சொல்லிடுறீங்களா சொல்லிடுங்க. So we have discussed that the vacancy can arise in the office of the president on various grounds, right? Vacancy can arise on resignation of the president. A vacancy can arise on the death of a president, and a vacancy can arise because of impeachment, removal of the president. The removal is called as impeachment. There's a technical term for it. Okay, impeachment. So what does this process mean, and how do we go about with this process of impeachment? How should we proceed further? See, first of all, the Constitution does not clearly say these are the grounds on which a president can be removed. If a president is convicted of a robbery or a murder, okay, so such kind of grounds are not mentioned. All that the Constitution mentions is president can be impeached for okay. This is what is given in the Constitution. The president can be impeached for grave violation. But what again? Just like the same word, voluntarily giving up the membership is not defined. Even anybody can give any kind of an interpretation to this word, right? So this question was actually discussed in the Constituent Assembly. A lot of members asked the chairman of the drafting committee, Dr. Ambedkar, what do you mean by grave violation? So the reply given by Dr. Ambedkar was that if the president does not behave in a democratic manner, that is, if he does not abide by the directions of the Council of Ministers, he acts in an authoritarian manner, he just brushes aside the opinion given by the Council of Ministers completely, complete disregard. Oh, okay. So that can be construed as a grave violation of Constitution. Okay. So there is no definition of what grave violation of Constitution actually means. Okay, there is a president who continuously obstructs the functioning of Council of Ministry. Council of Ministers, they get a law passed in the parliament. Now it goes to the president. They are saying, sir, please give assent to this bill. It is only if you give assent we can take money out of Consolidated Fund of India. It's a money bill. Government needs money to spend money. So please give your assent. President is saying, no, I will just delay it. If he keeps on doing it, can you run the government? You cannot. So then such a president has to be sacked from his post. So that is why we have a removal process in the Constitution. So let's see what that removal process is all about. So for a grave violation of the Constitution, a removal motion has to be first introduced. Sorry, it's called as an impeachment motion. Has to be first introduced. So in which house can it be introduced? It can be introduced in either of the houses, either in Lok Sabha or in Rajya Sabha. Anywhere you can introduce the impeachment motion against the president. Okay. So, but at the same time, can you make the removal process of the president an easy one? Can you make the removal of the president an easy process? If that is the case, then how will the president have independence to function? He will be always scared of Council of Ministers, legislature. Did I discuss about a word called as checks and balances ever in the previous classes? So we have executive to check and balance the legislature, legislature to check and balance the executive. So how does legislature ensure a check and balance on the executive? How? Legislature check and balance, asking questions. Then moving a no confidence motion against the ministry. That is legislature having a check and balance on the executive. How will the executive have a check and balance on the legislature? By cabinet can say what? Cabinet can take a decision to reduce the MP lads, those things. Okay. No, it's not a cabinet decision. The way how executive, how do you think, who's the head of the executive? President. How can the president have a check and balance on the legislature? What is the function of legislature? Pass law. What if the legislature passes a very bad law? Bill is passed, Citizenship Amendment Act is passed. Okay, legislature has such a big majority, Hindutva majority, saffron majority completely. So they pass something which is completely against secular principle of the constitution. Possibilities are there. Now it goes to the president. President can exercise whether he wants to give a assent to that bill or not. That is the way how executive can exercise a check and balance on the. But an executive, since the majority will be consisting of the executive members, how will they be? They will give an advice. At the same time, it is up to the president to think on the advice. It's not that the president is blindly bound to obey on the advice given. Okay, president has been kept in such a high position in the constitution because he has to act in a free and fair and independent manner. But that independence should not become arrogance. That independence should not become an interference into the daily functions of the Council of Ministers. Okay, so that is the fine line of difference. He has to have an independent mind. He should not have a subservient mind. But at the same time, an independent mind should not become an interference. Okay, because they are the rightfully elected people. So that is why. So the president also has an important function to perform, that is to hold the legislature in control. If there is a bill which is not in good faith, which is not in as per the principles, he should stand his ground there and he should not give his assent. So how do you empower such a kind of a president? You can empower him by having his removal process a very strict process, a very difficult process. Otherwise, just with any party with a very simple majority, that day only 100 members were there in the house. Out of those 100 members, 60 members felt that president has to be removed. A simple majority process. Can the president function in an independent manner? He cannot. That is why we need to have a very strict process, a difficult process. That is exactly what is achieved by this impeachment procedure which is given in the constitution. Okay. So we are making everything difficult about impeaching a president. How are we making it difficult? First is, for an impeachment motion to be introduced in a house, first it has to be supported by 1/4 of the membership of the house. This is the first criteria. Okay. The next important criteria is that a 14 days notice first should be given to all the members that we are coming up with a impeachment motion. Okay, a 14 days notice first should be given to the house, to the presiding officer. It is only at the expiry of 14 days impeachment motion will be even admitted in the house, and that too if it has a support of 1/4 of the members. Okay, so approximately more than 120 members, they should actually give their support. Only then an impeachment motion can even be taken up for consideration in the house. First, okay, this is in the first house. Let's say first house is Rajya Sabha. Rajya Sabha has done this. Then discussion will happen. Do you remember the 3 steps of any motions? Admission, discussion, adoption. Correct? So admission is over. Now discussion will happen about what is the bad thing about the conduct of the president, why should the president be removed. All such discussions will happen on the floor of the house. Once the discussions are all over, then the speaker is now convinced, okay, enough has been discussed, let's put this matter for vote. Okay, so the motion will be now voted upon. And what is the support that is required for this motion to be successfully adopted? 2/3 of the total membership of the house. So imagine what would be the number? Around 370 members. So only when such a support is available, sorry, if it's Rajya Sabha, you have 245 into 2/3, right? 82, it's around 167 members. It's only this much number if you have, you will be able to get it successfully passed, which is very tough, correct? So you're making it a very difficult process. Fine. First house, this process is over. Now what will happen is the same process has to be done in the second house. But in the second house, there will be a slight modification. Second house, please listen. This is done in the first house, Rajya Sabha. Now we are going to do it in the Lok Sabha. The same, 1/4 of the membership support is required, a 14 days notice is required. All that is fine. But what is the next step? In the next step, the second house, an inquiry committee will be formed. So inquiry committee comprising of those parliamentarians, about both the houses members will be there. So inquiry committee will be formed. And the duty of this inquiry committee is to look into the correctness of the charges. Whether the president has really done something wrong, let's inquire. And during inquiry, the president can appear before the inquiry committee. The president can appear and he can give us defense. I did not do these. Whatever is accused against me is a lie. It's in good spirit. It's to protect the constitution. I have taken certain decisions. It is not to interfere with the functions. So he can just put forward his views. Even after putting forward his views, if the inquiry committee finds the president guilty, no, he is supposed to be removed, abdina, the inquiry committee will recommend for the taking up of for voting on this impeachment motion. If the inquiry committee finds him guilty, in that case, the impeachment motion will be voted upon. Same support, 2/3 of the total membership of the house support is required. And the minute the impeachment motion is passed in the second house, okay, after this it's voted. If it is successfully adopted in the second house, the minute it is adopted, automatically the president stands impeached. No order or anything is required. Impeachment motion successfully adopted in both houses is the ground for president to lose his office, correct? So this is how the impeachment motion, impeachment process has been designed in the constitution so as to make the position of the president comparatively free from legislative influence. Okay, so this is it about impeachment of a president. Okay. So this is also another ground on which, based on which a vacancy can arise in the office of president. All right. So we'll just go and look into some of the functions and powers of the president. See, with respect to, see, he is the head of the executive. So, if you look at the constitution, what it says is the executive function shall be performed by the president either through himself or through his officers subordinate to whom. So what it means is everybody else who are associated to the government, they are all subordinated to the president. Okay, you see anybody on the ground, policemen on the roads. Okay, no, sorry, not policemen. They are a head of the state executive. You take a IRS officer. Okay, you take a forest service officer. Sorry, not even forest service. IRS officers, postal service officers, railways officers, defense. All these are union government's functions. So he's the head of the executive at the union level. So all these officers are his subordinates, secretaries of various departments, clerks in central departments. All of them are his subordinates. So what it means is, first please listen, as the head of the executive, he has the authority and power to what does that mean? he has the power to allocate business. That is, president will look into, okay, this is the Indian political setup. In an Indian polity, n number of functions have to be performed. The function of taking care of railways, the function of taking care of oil and petroleum refineries, the function of taking care of postal needs, function of taking care of banking needs. So there are just so many functions. President will look into all those functions and he will club some functions together. The function of internal security, the function of union territories, all these will be clubbed together and it will be allocated to a person who is called as Home Minister. Similarly, he will allocate the function of banking, he will allocate the function of taking care of expenditure of the government, allocate the function of taking care of revenue collection of the government, that is taxation collection, income tax, customs, GST. All those will be clubbed together. Okay, taxes, expenditure, banks and financial institutions, all that will be clubbed together. It will be allocated to a person called as Finance Minister. So president will make rules about what all functions should be allocated to what person. Okay, it's because of the power of the president to allocate business. That is why these ministries and departments even come into existence. This is the power of president to allocate business. Okay, once he has allocated business, now he has to lay down rules for how business has to be conducted. For example, if there is a conflict between this department and this department, how should it be resolved? How should the file move from assistant secretary up to a secretary of a department? What should be the file movement? So these are the rules, correct? The rules are it's for the smooth functioning of these departments. These departments all work under the president. So president can make rules for the smooth functioning of the departments. So these are called as transaction of business rules. Okay, so he can first allocate business to different people and he will set ground rules about how the business should be performed, how the business should be conducted. These are some of the functions of the head of the executive. Okay. Total membership also includes vacancies. Yes. So these are some of the executive functions. In addition to that, executive function, it plainly means the power of appointment, the power of disciplinary control, power of removal. Okay, so he has all these powers with respect to all members of the executive, even with respect to independent bodies like Election Commission of India, judges of Supreme Court, appointment, removal, it is all done by the president only. Okay, so if you look at, so these are some of his executive powers. It need not be elaborated. Okay, executive being president being the head of the executive will perform the functions of executive, the function of appointment, recruitment, removal, all these are functions of the executive. So he does that of various authorities. So that is what will be given in your textbooks. I don't think any question will be asked from the executive functions of the president. There is nothing significant or great about his executive functions. This is like asking what would be the function of a teacher. It is to teach. Okay, it makes no sense. So there is no question that can be asked out of that, but it is out of his other powers and functions from where questions can be asked. So what other powers? So what are the other functions of the president? So we'll look at some of the other functions. First is legislative functions. Why would a president do certain legislative functions? What are these legislative functions? As I told you, first is his control over legislation. President will give assent to the bills passed in the houses. Why is this power there in the hand of the president? It is to exercise checks and balances. Okay. So this is one of the most important function, control over legislation. What other functions, legislative functions, does a president perform? Deciding on sessions of the houses. Joint sitting, calling a new session, house for a winter session. He issues summons to the members, right? So these are some of the powers. And what other legislative functions does he perform? Just think and tell me. No confidence motion. If no alternative ministry is formed, if the legislature fails to give an executive, then he dissolves the legislature itself. So that's also correct. Yes. What else? In case? That is the executive function. So he is performing the function of choosing a prime minister. So that is not a legislative function. Okay. Council of Ministers are part of executive. To introduce money bill, his recommendation is needed. That's correct. So you can say that that is all coming under this category, control over legislation. So these are some, and in addition to that, he himself makes laws. In case Lok Sabha is not in session, Lok Sabha or Rajya Sabha, any of the house. If any of the houses are not in session, so you require two houses to make a law, correct? Lok Sabha should pass, Rajya Sabha should pass. Or house illa appadina you cannot actually pass a bill. So that is why in such cases, when a house is not in session, but still the government might be in urgent need of a law to take care of its social functions. So in that case, what can happen? President will make laws, but they will not be called as laws. They will be called by a different word. It's called as ordinance. Okay, so these are all some of the legislative functions of the president. So we'll just have a discussion on that. So first is his control over legislation. So we have discussed ordinary bills, we have discussed money bills, and we have discussed constitution amendment bills. Does the president have any control over constitution amendment bills? Edavadhu control irukka president ku? Is the recommendation of the president necessary for introducing a constitution amendment bill? Yes or no? No. Correct. Finally, after the constitution amendment bill is passed in both houses, can the president withhold his assent to a constitution amendment bill? It cannot. Article 368 procedure is clearly given. The president must give his assent. So president has the least amount of control over passage of constitution amendment bills, right? Whereas for ordinary bills and money bills, the president has a significant amount of control. That is where he can exercise his check and balance. So how? Ordinary bill, it is passed in Lok Sabha, sent to Rajya Sabha. Rajya Sabha also passes it. Now it comes to the president. So tell me what all options are available in the hand of president here. Okay, president feels it's against certain principles, so he is sending it back to the house. Please reconsider this bill once again and change certain provisions and send it back to me. Sends it for reconsideration. Okay, what other powers? Other powers, he can just give his assent. The bill is perfect. He just gives his assent and the bill becomes a act of parliament. What other possibilities are there? Yes, that's good. He can withhold his assent. What does it mean, withhold his assent? He's saying that I am not giving my permission for this bill. I am not giving my assent. That is called as withholding his assent. But he knows that if he openly says he is going to withhold his assent, he might earn the displeasure of the ministers. Usual tactic, that is to turn a blind eye to that. That is, keep it postponed indefinitely. Bill okay, I'll see to it. That is, he can just keep it pending. These are some of the options that the president has with respect to the passage of an ordinary bill. So Lakshmikant bookla they would have used a lot of terms: qualified veto, absolute veto, suspensive veto. I'll tell you what that means. Withholding his assent is what is given in your Lakshmikant as absolute veto. That is, without any conditions, he's just saying I'm withholding my assent. He's just completely blocking that bill, absolute veto. Okay. Next is this sending it back for reconsideration is given in your Lakshmikant as suspensive veto. So what do you mean by suspension? For a time being, he is not giving his signature. Okay. So for time being, he has given it to the House. Once they reconsider and give it back, then he is going to give us assent. Once they reconsider and they send it back, President must give us assent. Then he has no other option. Okay, he must give us assent. So that is why it is for a time being he has suspended giving his assent. So that's why this is called in your Lakshmikant book as suspensive veto. Okay, absolute veto, suspensive veto. Okay. So they have also made and this one, I think this is what is called as a qualified veto. I'm not also very sure, but let me check and get back to you. But see, what we have to notice here is with respect to this power of president to keep the bill pending, in your Lakshmikant, the comparison has been made with respect to American president. Indian president has no maximum deadline. He can just keep it pending, okay, to any duration of time. But in the case of US, the US president cannot keep it pending forever. He has a maximum time of, I think, 10 days. Without 10 days, 10 days is the maximum period, after which it is just considered to be passed by the president. Okay. And so here we can say Indian president has greater powers compared to the US president when it comes to the power of keeping a bill pending forever. In that area, Indian president has significantly higher powers than US president. When it comes to sending it back for reconsideration, when in this exercise of this veto, no, please listen. This is called as pocket veto. Of course, I have forgotten it. This is called as pocket veto, right? In the case of suspensive veto, what happens is Indian president sends it back for reconsideration. The Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha once again will take it up. They will pass it just with the same majority. Simple majority process will be adopted. But in the US, if the president asks the houses to reconsider it, they will have to pass it with a higher majority. Let's say last time 200 members out of 400 members had given their assent. This time it should be more than that number. Higher majority is required for passing it if the US president has asked the houses to reconsider. But in India, last time at least in Lok Sabha, 150 people were present on the day of voting. But in the time reconsider only 50 members were there, only 70 members were there. Out of 70 members, 35 members had given their consent. So it is immaterial. Even with a lower majority, a bill that is supposed to be reconsidered can be passed and sent. Okay. So that is why when it comes to the power of suspensive veto, US president enjoys higher suspensive veto compared to the Indian president, because his veto can be overturned only by a higher majority in US, whereas a similar majority or even a lower majority can overturn in the case of India. So suspensive veto, US president is more powerful compared to Indian president. When it comes to pocket veto, Indian president is more powerful compared to the US president because there is no deadline, maximum timeline which is fixed in the constitution in the case of Indian president. Okay. So these are some of the powers with respect to ordinary bills. The president can he can give his assent, he can withhold his assent, he can send it back for reconsideration, or he can indefinitely keep it pending. Okay. So these are some of the powers. What about money bills? In the case of money bills, what all powers does the president have? Lok Sabha passes it, sends it to Rajya Sabha passes it, sends it to the president. President can give his assent. The president can even withhold his assent, or the president can even keep it pending. Okay, so these are the three powers that are in the hands of the president. So what he lacks here is he cannot send it for reconsideration. So that is the only difference with respect to ordinary bill and a money bill. Okay, so it's simple. This is one of the legislative power which is performed by the president. That is exercising whether to give his assent to a bill or not first. An important legislative function involving checks and balances which is performed by the president. We'll move on to the other legislative functions of the president, which is to another significant function of the president is making ordinances. This is given in Article 123 of the Constitution. What is the difference between withholding and keeping it pending? Withholding, abdina, it means that he is refusing to give his assent. He has expressed his displeasure. He is against that bill. The bill will lapse. That's all. If he has written in that bill, I am withholding his assent, means he has said no to that bill. So that bill will lapse. So the same bill has to, if the government wants, it has to reintroduce another bill and it has to get it passed. But the pending means there is always a future option. If he is not ready to give his assent, maybe the next president, whoever comes, may be able to give their assent. So that is the difference between withholding and keeping it pending. So ordinance making powers of the president. As I told you, this is a power which the president exercises just because the legislature is not a continuous body. The legislature only sits whenever there is a need, and it's not a body which works 365 days a year. So that is why, because it has representatives of the people. The representatives should be in a position to represent the people. They should actually come and travel in their constituency, get to know about the people, get to know about the people's problems, which they will go and talk about in the house. So they should have time to remain in their constituencies. That is why that's why Parliament is not a continuously functioning body. It assembles for its session, then it again terminates, concludes its session, then have a recess, then once again a session happens. So, but the government is continuously in need of laws, correct? There will be situations where the government might urgently want to amend certain laws. Suddenly COVID happens and Parliament is not in a session. But at the same time, the government wants to amend the Epidemics Act so as to give more powers to the police to deal with offenders against lockdown. So in that case, how can the government handle such scenario? So that is why the constitution makers were aware of such a kind of situation. They had given the power of ordinance making in the hands of the president. Okay. So how does the president exercise this power of ordinance making? It is on the aid and advice of Council of Ministers. Because the president is not a democratically elected person. The president is not the real representative of the people and their problems and their interest. So that is why you need to listen to the council who have been democratically elected. So president himself cannot think about a law and he cannot himself pass a law. It should be based on the advice of the Council of Ministers. Okay. So let's say let's consider what does the Constitution talk about it. Lok Sabha, Rajya Sabha. You have two houses. The only condition is you can make a law when both the houses are in session. So it means that if both houses are not in session, or even if one of the houses is not in session, you cannot make a law. It is only on those grounds when either of the two houses should not be in session or both houses should not be in session. Only under those circumstances can the president promulgate. His act of making an ordinance is called as, there's a legal term for it, promulgation of ordinances. Okay, enactment of a law. Or when it comes to ordinance, you cannot call it enactment, it's called as promulgation. A president will promulgate an ordinance. So let's say Lok Sabha, what is the process of termination of a session called as? What would be your answer? Session mudiyana adu enna solveenga? What is that process? Dissolution sollama. Can we call dissolution as the process of termination of a session of a house? 5 years. So what is this process called as then? No. There is a word for it. Correct. It's called as prorogation. Good. It's not adjournment. Adjournment is the termination of a sitting. It's prorogation, which is the termination of a session of the House. So let's say Lok Sabha is prorogued. A session has come to an end on March 1st, 2021. Okay. March 5th, COVID-19 breaks out. And the president wants to make amendments to the Council of Ministers. They want to make an amendment to Epidemics Act so as to deal with COVID. So now Lok Sabha is not in session. You cannot make a law. So president will make an ordinance. Let's say on 10th of March, president makes an ordinance. Okay. So what does the Constitution say? The Constitution says this ordinance shall continue until when? The Constitution sets a time limit. The time limit is, please listen here. You have two houses, no? Whichever house is not in session, once that house reconvenes for its session. So in that, let's say Rajya Sabha is going, it's continuing up to 15th March. Until 15th March, Rajya Sabha is in continuance. So Lok Sabha is the house which is not in session. So as soon as Lok Sabha reconvenes for its session, so what can we say? If it's prorogued on March 1, 2021, April, May, June, July, August, September, can I say September 5th, Lok Sabha can reconvene for its session? Will it be correct? March 1, it has been prorogued. April, May, June, July, August, September. September 5th, Lok Sabha is convening for its session. Is it permissible? Is it permissible or is it not permissible? September 5th. No, within 6 months. Correct. So maximum by September 1st, 2021, Lok Sabha should be reconvened. Correct? Why doubt in this? It's a simple concept. Our must gap correct between two sessions. So maximum by September 1st, the Lok Sabha must convene for its next session. September within this time period, any time it can actually reconvene for its session. Okay. As soon as Lok Sabha convenes for its session, this ordinance that is made by the president will survive for a maximum period of up to 6 weeks. Here the ordinance comes to an end. Okay. That is, an ordinance will come to an end here if it has not been approved by both Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha. So in the time period, this ordinance made by the president should be approved by Rajya Sabha, because Rajya Sabha is in session till here. In the time, this ordinance must be placed before the Rajya Sabha. Rajya Sabha should give its approval. As soon as Lok Sabha convenes for its session, the president should place the ordinance before the Lok Sabha. Lok Sabha should also give its consent. If both houses give their consent, approval for that ordinance, then the ordinance will just continue like a law. It will become a law and it will just continue. But if one of the house refuses to give its consent, the ordinance will lapse here. This is the maximum time period. So you can say the Constitution fixes a time of a maximum period of 6 weeks from the commencement of the session of the House that was actually not in session when the ordinance was made. So that is the time period. 6 weeks from the reconvening of the House which was not in session when the ordinance was promulgated. That is the time limit. Sorry? How can it do? That is why I'm saying it cannot. The law says, Constitution says, the gap between two sessions cannot be more than 6 months. Correct? It says so. So calculate. Lok Sabha has gone for prorogation on March 1st. What would be the maximum period then? September 1st. That is 6 months. After that, it cannot convene. It has to convene by mandatory, latest by September 1st. It has to sit for its session. Let's say, if not September 1st, it is convening on August 1st. If that is the case, 6 weeks from August 1st. That would be the maximum lifetime. Session got? Um, I don't know if it got cancelled. Okay, okay, okay. I'm not sure. So, maybe you get the news and I'll clarify. Okay, but this is constitutional mandate. This is how they'll ask you a question in the exam. The maximum duration cannot be more than the recess between two sessions cannot be more than 6 months. So you just know that. That's all. Okay. So this is the time limit. This is how an ordinance can be passed passed by the president. The problem here is, let's say president passes a ordinance. Let's say there is something called a Citizenship Amendment Act. It is for the purpose of giving citizenship to people of different religions except Muslims. Correct? So this was the objective of the bill. Let us assume that BJP has a good number in Lok Sabha, but it does not have numbers in Rajya Sabha. So BJP clearly knows that it can be successful only in Lok Sabha. It cannot get the bill passed in Rajya Sabha. So it makes a plan. What plan is that? The plan is Lok Sabha is there, Rajya Sabha is there. BJP's plan is, let's prorogue Lok Sabha. Speaker goes and Speaker, sir, just a minute. Sir, meanwhile, if Rajya Sabha doesn't pass the ordinance within March 15th, then the ordinance lapses. You are correct. If the Rajya Sabha has rejected that ordinance in that meanwhile gap, it means immediately ordinance will lapse. So, Lok Sabha is there. What the president does is he prorogues Lok Sabha. Now, do you have the necessary situation to pass an ordinance? Because one house is prorogued. Now, BJP government will advise the president, please make an ordinance, Citizenship Amendment Ordinance. So this has the same effect as that of a law, correct? Law ki enna powers irukko. So policemen can go, they can arrest people under this particular ordinance now. What does the constitution say? The constitution says it should be approved within 6 weeks from the reconvening of Lok Sabha. So let's say Lok Sabha reconvenes here within 6 weeks. In between, let's say Rajya Sabha is in session up to this period, some time period. The president, after making this ordinance, now what does he do? He takes this ordinance and places it before Rajya Sabha. And Rajya Sabha is going to strike this ordinance down. It says it is against secularism. It strikes it down. If it strikes down, what happens? Immediately ordinance comes to an end. Adukapra no further actions, legal actions can be taken. So what BJP will do is, the president will not table it before Rajya Sabha. The president, instead of tabling it, he will just continue up to this time period. He will not even place it before Lok Sabha. So in the time period, so it means that he has got this. He has got a law. He has allowed the executive to get a lot of powers through the ordinance route, bypassing the legislative process that is to be followed in the parliament, because he knows that such a law will never be passed in parliament because the BJP does not have number in Rajya Sabha. So can you not say that this is a complete bypassal of the entire parliamentary democracy system? Then ordinance comes to an end. Okay, no problem. President is not sad. What he will do again, if Lok Sabha is in session or Rajya Sabha is in session, once again he will wait for Lok Sabha or Rajya Sabha to get prorogued. Either house prorogue, once again he will make this ordinance. Ideally, what he should have done, ordinance making powers in the constitution are kept so as to deal with emergency situations. Okay, it is not kept so as to make a fraud on this parliamentary process. It is not to commit a bypassal out of this parliament. It is kept so as to deal with some emergency situations. The executive should not feel handicapped when the Lok Sabha or Rajya Sabha is not in session. Adhikaga which provision, now that is being misused so as to completely bypass this institution of parliament. So this is how president keeps on repromulgating ordinance after ordinance, thus giving effect to a legal instrument which otherwise could not have stood the test of parliament. It undemocratic, correct? So this is a big grave danger with respect to this ordinance making powers of the president, repeatedly promulgating the same ordinance again and again without submitting it before the parliament for its approval. So the constitution makers, they did not think that all these can happen in the future. So that is why they did not keep any safeguards. They felt that we should not trouble the executive. We should allow the executive to function even if legislature is not in session. So they kept an empowering provision in the form of Article 123, but they failed to uh, imagine, or they failed to think about what possible misuse of this power can be done in the future. Okay, so there are no checks and balances in the constitution, but Supreme Court has stepped in. Okay, இந்த மாதிரி மிஸ்யூஸ் நடக்கிறதுனால Supreme Court stepped in a series of case laws. Supreme Court had to step in, and Supreme Court gave a lot of conditions. So let's try to find out what they are. What is that? There is a prominent case law which is called as Cooper's case. Cooper's case is in the context of bank nationalization ordinance. Okay, it was passed during the period of, any answers? Indira Gandhi. So Indira Gandhi wanted to have a completely socialist objective. So at that time, banks were all highly capitalist. They were not lending to the common man. They were lending only to big businesses. So she felt that maybe if the government takes over the banks directly, then she can make stipulations regulating, mandating the banks to lend to ordinary men. Okay, it is only after bank nationalization the phenomenon called as priority sector lending even started. So all these are ideas of Indira Gandhi. So bank nationalization ordinance was first passed because in Rajya Sabha the government did not have sufficient support. Lok Sabha, Indira Gandhi's Congress government had support, but Rajya Sabha they did not have support in 1969. So what did they do? Lok Sabha, Rajya Sabha. Lok Sabha was prorogued. Intentionally it was prorogued, and on the very same day the president passed bank nationalization ordinance. And because of that ordinance, because of nationalization, a lot of shareholders of that bank, they were about to lose their entire money, correct? Because now all their shares are gone waste, because government has taken over all private banks. So they felt that their fundamental right of property has been violated. So Cooper, he is a businessman based out of Singapore, but he is an Indian only, R.C. Cooper. So he went and filed a case in Supreme Court saying my fundamental right of property has been violated because of this bank nationalization ordinance. So please strike down this ordinance as null and void. So Supreme Court, while hearing this case, it gave a verdict, it gave a judgment. It also looked into the correctness of this ordinance making powers. Okay, and it found out that Lok Sabha was intentionally, it was prorogued. Okay, it was prorogued just to bypass parliament. Because the bank nationalization bill could not have ever been passed in Rajya Sabha, that is why to bypass Rajya Sabha, to completely eliminate the role of Rajya Sabha, this ordinance route was adopted by the executive. So hence Supreme Court, it gave a verdict, and the verdict said if there was a malified intention on the part of president in proroguing a Lok Sabha or Rajya Sabha just for the purpose of passing an ordinance, in that case the ordinance passed is liable to be struck down as null and void. Supreme Court gave a judgment. So this was one of the safeguard that was introduced by the Supreme Court in the R.C. Cooper judgment. So it actually limits the arbitrary misuse of the ordinance making powers in the hands of president. Okay, so remember this point. Constitution inbuilt did not have any safeguards. The safeguards had to be brought in by the intervention of judiciary. Supreme Court in the R.C. Cooper's case, it gave a safeguard. It said that any malified intention on the part of the president to prorogue a house so as to pass an ordinance and to bypass the parliament would result in Supreme Court declaring that ordinance as null and void. Right? Okay. Sorry? Yeah. Later, it was done in which amendment? 44th Constitutional Amendment Act of 1978. It removed fundamental right of property and it made property as a constitutional right under Article 300A. Okay. 44th Constitutional Amendment Act of 1978. So this is all about the Cooper's case. So this is one problem, intentional prorogation of Lok Sabha. அதை வந்து எப்படி தடுத்து நிறுத்தலாம் அப்படிங்கிறதுக்கு Supreme Court gave this kind of an opinion judgment. Another misuse of ordinance making powers, as I told you, is repeated repromulgation of ordinance. Don't keep submit it before Lok Sabha, Rajya Sabha. Over review, let the ordinance die its natural death. Once again, repass it, repromulgate it. So this was also another way of how executives back then used to misuse their power. So this was actually dealt with in a case called as DC Vadhva versus state of Bihar. Okay. So in Bihar, a particular law in the form of ordinance was kept alive for 14 years. Continuously in the mari route. Okay. Without placing it before the house, same ordinance was just continued again and again and again. For 14 years, they had kept an ordinance alive. It was repromulgated again and again and again. So this was finally challenged in this case. DC Vadhva was the state of Bihar, and Supreme Court said, first time you make an ordinance, we will not take it up for judicial review. Unless somebody challenges it, it is violating my fundamental rights. The minute you repromulgate it, immediately we will automatically take it up for judicial review, and we will check whether that ordinance is valid or not, whether it violates any fundamental right or not. We will have to verify it. Because if it undergoes the test of parliament, automatically you can say with confidence that any violation of fundamental rights would not have happened, correct? Parliamentarians will discuss and debate, and they'll point it out, and such provisions will be struck down from the draft bill. That is how it would have happened. But because it is passed without any discussion or debate by the executive, that is why the text of the ordinance is suspicious. So that is why it has to be checked by judiciary. So judiciary in DC Vadhva versus state of Bihar, it gave this verdict that repeated repromulgation automatically makes an ordinance liable to be reviewed by the judiciary. Okay, this was another check that was kept by Supreme Court. So repromulgation will lead to suo motu. Correct. That's right. This is another check kept by Supreme Court. Okay. So in addition to this, see, please listen. This is executive making the ordinance. These two cases indicates how judiciary exercises a check on arbitrary misuse of powers under Article 123. How does the legislature exercise a check and balance on executive when it comes to arbitrary use of powers under Article 123? Is there any provision? Yes, we have. Rules of procedure of Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha. What do they say? Rules of procedure says if an ordinance is made by the president, okay, when he places it before Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha for getting their approval, the ordinance must have an explanatory memorandum. What is this explanatory memorandum? It should contain reasons. Why was the executive forced to come up with the ordinance route? Why was it not patient enough to wait for legislature to convene and then pass an ordinance and then get a law enacted? அப்படி என்ன அவசரம் உங்களுக்கு அப்படிங்கிறத it has to be justified by writing. That is called as explanatory memorandum. And that memo shall be placed before Lok Sabha, Rajya Sabha, and it has to be discussed and debated. And the executive has to satisfy the legislature that there were valid reasons for us to come up with this ordinance. Okay, so that's all. This is all about the legislative function of ordinance making, which is done by the president. Okay, let me ask you a question here. For those who have already read this from your textbook, let me ask you a question. Can an ordinance be made, can this ordinance route be adopted by the president if Lok Sabha is dissolved? Can it be done or can it not be done? If Lok Sabha is dissolved, can the president make an ordinance? Yes or no? You don't know? It cannot be done. It cannot be done, and I'll tell you why. You may ask this question, how so, sir? Even in this case also, Lok Sabha is not in session. So then how can you say that it cannot be passed when Lok Sabha is dissolved? Because the Constitution says so. Constitution says, look at Article 123. What is the heading? Power of president to promulgate ordinance during recess of parliament. Okay, recess means it's a gap between two sessions of the same house. Recess does not mean, see, you have polity class now, next is history class, correct? What would you, so would you call the gap between these two as intervals? You cannot. Okay, it can, interval is only between the same movie, you have a interval. Between two different movies, you cannot have an interval. Okay, you can have a break, you can have a lunch or whatever it is. Similarly, recess is possible only between two sessions of the same house. It is not possible between two different houses. Okay, so keep in mind, if a house is dissolved, in that gap, no law, no ordinance, nothing can be passed. The house has to be first constituted. Okay, only then any ordinance or anything can be passed. So this is something that you'll have to remember here. Other than that, whatever I have discussed, you will find in Article 123, or you may even read Constitution, and you will be able to. You will be can even read Lakshmikant, and it will be the same thing which I have discussed, that you will be finding it there. All that you have to remember is this maximum period of 6 weeks, and no repromulgation automatically. It would lead to judicial review. So in the facts, this is one of the legislative powers of the president. It has to be exercised on the advice of Council of Ministers. Okay, all right. What are the other powers of the president? What other powers does the president have? Next is Article 72. Article 72 talks about a specific power of the president, which is called as the clemency powers. Clemency powers of the president. Another very significant power in the hands of the executive. So first, someone tell me, what is the meaning of this word clemency? What is the meaning? Sir, these cases show the president is bound to obey the executive. Yes, he is bound to obey the executive. In some cases he is not bound to obey the executive. So is that difference clearly given in the Constitution? No, it is not given. But the Supreme Court in various cases when this issue had come up, Supreme Court has identified those instances where the president is bound to obey as per the directions of the Council of Ministers. Okay, so I will deal with that. That will be the next topic of discussion. When I discuss about Council of Ministers, we will discuss about the relationship between Council of Ministers and President. So we will discuss it later. We just wait for some time, because your understanding from Lakshmikant is not the correct understanding. So wait for some time. Clemency, right? It is an act of showing mercy. Correct. Mercy towards whom? Yes, towards convicts. A convict, a person has been given a punishment of death punishment because he has murdered someone. So he has been given a death by the judiciary. Supreme Court has confirmed him the punishment of death. So when the president shows clemency towards him, and when he pardons, when he shows mercy towards that convict, can I tell that the president is performing a judicial function? Why not? Okay, so judiciary is not involved. That is why you're saying he's not performing a judicial function. What is your opinion? What are the others' opinion? So can I say he is not giving judgment, just the mercy? Very good. That's a right answer. Very correct understanding. He is not giving judgment, just mercy. I'll tell you first. The power of punishing a person for his crime, whose power is that? Is it judiciary's function? Or is it executive's function? Judiciary, yeah. What about online students? The power of punishing a person for the crime that they had committed, is it a function of executive or is it a function of judiciary? Judiciary. The answer is not judiciary, the answer is executive. Okay, and I'll tell you how. See, you have to understand state and a citizen. Hand raise பண்ணிருக்காங்களா அவங்கள? Okay, allow பண்ணுங்க. Let them ask their doubt. Okay. Somebody had raised your hand and now you have automatically lowered your hand. So I hope you don't have any doubts. All right. So understand the relationship. See, earlier each one of us had our own knives, our own weapons for self-protection. Correct? யாரா வந்தாங்கன்னா பயம் வந்துச்சுன்னா நம்மளே எடுத்து குத்திரும். That is how we used to, that is how societies were living with each other. Communities have been interacting with each other. But once we got civilized, slowly what happens is the citizens have given away those functions to the state. I'm not going to deal with my protection. I have much important work to do, earning money, taking care of my children, and the வேலைலாம் இருக்கு. So I'm appointing some other authority who is called as the king, who will take care of the function of protecting me, and for that I am giving you money in the form of taxes. You get my taxes, I'll pay taxes, but you perform the function of protecting me. So this is the contract between the state and the citizen, right? Protecting the citizen is a function of the state. Obeying the state and paying the taxes and obeying by the law is the function of the citizen. This is the contract that exists. So if somebody, let's say the citizen is A, okay? A is murdered by B. Okay. Now B has, okay, now this contract is violated because the state has failed to protect the citizen. Correct? There is something wrong about this. The contract has been violated. Now the state is angry at B because B has broken this contract. So state is angry at B and state wants to punish B. That is, the king wants to punish B. Okay. So the king is saying that you have murdered A and A is my child. You had murdered my child. So I am going to kill you. B is saying, if B says, yes, I have murdered, please take my life. Easy. Everything is easy. King can just come and kill him. Done with that. The problem is, this guy B is not agreeing to it. He says that I was not even there on the site of the crime. I did not murder. Now is where the problem comes. It is to solve this problem, you have to have the third independent party who is called as judiciary. So now king and B, both of them, they go to the judiciary. Okay, they go and king says, king has the executive. King, when I say king, it is the executive. The executive has evidences, photograph and all these things. So the king produces his evidences, witnesses, everything. Similarly, B will produce his witness, evidence, his family members, friends, that I was not even there. I was in Pizza Hut eating pizzas. So all that evidences will be produced. Okay, each of them will put forward their claims. The work of judiciary is to find out whose claim is better, whose claim is true, which one is false. So judiciary will finally, it will evaluate the evidences and witnesses, and finally it will give the right. The king's objective when it comes to judiciary is the king wants to punish B, whereas B wants to not be punished. Judiciary is upholding the claim of the king, that yes, the evidence is produced by the king is justified. The king is justified in taking revenge, and he can go ahead and he can execute B. He can kill, he can put B to death. So do you understand now who has the power to punish someone? Is it the judiciary? It is the executive. Judiciary's work is only to adjudicate this dispute between the executive and the citizen. So படத்துல வர மாதிரி உங்களுக்கு மரண தண்டனை விதிக்கப்படுகிறது அப்படிங்கிறது என்னன்னா, it doesn't mean the judiciary is going to directly punish the person. Executives demand that. So have you seen the movie? Actually, if you see the case laws and all, no, court judgments, the court will say the court upholds the right of the state to execute. And the killing word, it's called as executing a person, right? So the punishment, the act of punishment is something given by the executive only. Okay, so judiciary is nowhere related to inflicting punishment on a person. Judiciary will grant the right, will uphold the right of the state so as to punish. Okay. Yeah.
So in case the state is asking to execute a person, that the Supreme Court or the judiciary instead of passing execution, even though the evidence has been proved, he has been proved as a convict, instead of killing him like death sentence, he has been given life. So
you mean the state has asked for a death sentence, but judiciary has given life sentence? Okay.
So that means now judiciary is giving.
No. Okay. The issue is, when you look at the IPC, Indian Penal Code, for murder, it's not mentioned that he can be given death. For murder, under section 302 of IPC, the maximum inflictable punishment is death. So the state always asks for the maximum punishment. But it is judiciary to decide. There are other punishments in the spectrum. Okay, minimum punishment for a murder can be 7 years of imprisonment. Maximum can be up to death. So within that spectrum, whatever is permissible, the judiciary will give. Okay, so you cannot say the judiciary, again, judiciary is giving its judgment, upholding the right of the state, even though the state is also asking, I want to punish him with the maximum punishment up to death. So you give me anything in between. That is the demand of the state. And the judiciary is saying, okay, go ahead and give him life sentence. So you cannot say that judiciary is giving life sentence. It's upholding the claim of the state to punish that person. Though the state has asked up to a maximum punishment of death, judiciary has not given a maximum punishment. It has given slightly lower punishment. All right. So this is the idea here. So you cannot okay. So state has been given its permission. The state has asked for punishing up to death, and judiciary has given, go ahead, you do whatever you like with him. Correct? Now after 1 year, the state itself, the king is deciding, maybe that person is not as bad as I thought earlier. Maybe he is a better class of criminal, so he should be dealt with in a different manner. So I don't want to punish him. King's his anger also cools down. So he is no longer very vengeful as how he was earlier when he took this man to the court. Now he is relaxed. So he thinks that death is not justified. Let me give a lower punishment. So that is exactly what is called as clemency functions of the president. Even though a particular punishment has been given earlier, even though a particular punishment demanded by the state was upheld by the judiciary, the state would like to modify its punishments. Okay, because it has the right to do it. The power of punishing is the exclusive privilege of the executive. Okay, so the state wants to modify, and that is exactly what is given in Article 72 under clemency functions of the president. Okay, so there are different kinds of clemency which can be shown. So there are different kinds of mercy, clemency that can be shown on the convict. It's all given in a Lakshmikant book. Okay, you go read that, you'll understand. There is something called as pardon. There's a different kind of a clemency which is called as commutation. Then there is something called as remission, respite, reprieve. Okay, so these are some commonly used methods of clemency. Okay, pardon, what does it mean? A criminal, a convict is asking to be completely made as a free man. Okay, so pardon is a convict to a free man. That is, he is no longer bound to be punished. If president has pardoned someone, it means that whatever his earlier punishment is completely removed. He is now set outside the prison to go out as a free man. Never used, very, very rarely used. What you find in the news is basically commutation happening. Pratibha Patil, when she was the president, a lot of death row convicts, they were all shown in her last year, last fifth year of her tenure, before she went out. She just showed mercy randomly on most of the death row convicts. All of their punishments were change. The word commute means change. Commutation means change. So you change the death punishment into a life imprisonment punishment. This is what is called as commutation. Okay. Do you understand? The nature of the punishment is completely changed. Remission, sir. Remission, to cut short, 10 years of imprisonment is cut short to 5 years. Okay. After 5 years, the president feels that, okay, you are a changed man. So hence, there is no need to keep you in jail for any longer. So 10 years is reduced. Reducing of the time is called as remission. Okay. There are two other things, respite and reprieve. I always get confused between these two. One of them, I'll explain to you what it is. I think it is respite. Respite means maybe in jail you had temporarily you had fallen down, you had your leg fractured or something. Your original punishment is rigorous imprisonment. Okay, there are different kinds of imprisonment. Rigorous imprisonment, that is, you have to work hard work inside the prison. You have to break stones, you have to do gardening, labor involved. So that is your original punishment. But because of your physical disability, the punishment is now changed temporarily. Your rigorous imprisonment is made as a simple imprisonment. So you can sit in the kitchen and cut vegetables. So this temporary suspension of the of the punishment, that is what is called as respite. Okay. You please check it. Respite or reprieve, you please check it from Lakshmikant. The other kind of punishment is a stay on the execution of the punishment. Okay. So maybe death convict, he is about to be executed today morning, but a lot of public protest is happening. So the president knows that if I execute him today, it is definitely going to cause a huge law and order problem. So he is going to stay the execution of the death sentence for maybe for 1 month or for 2 months. That is called as reprieve. I believe someone please check it in the Lakshmikant and tell me what is what. Respite is considering the physical disability of a person, of a convict. Certain kind of imprisonment will be changed for a period of time. That is, a rigorous imprisonment has now become a simple imprisonment up to the person until the person becomes better. Okay, a lady prisoner who is lodged in the prison suddenly becomes pregnant. Okay, so don't ask me how. In Indian prisons, everything is possible. Okay, so anybody could have done that. So she becomes pregnant. So president will rigorous imprisonment for 8 months, 6 months. No, it will not happen. So once that period is over, then once again rigorous imprisonment will continue. The punishment is changed. Okay, so yes, reprieve is giving stay for a temporary period. So what I said is right. Both respite and reprieve is correct. Anyway, no question will be asked. I'm just talking about this because Lakshmikant says about these things. So when you read your books, you become familiar with some, okay, this has been already taken in the class. Never in the last 20-25 years has a single question come from all these things. UPSC is very clear. UPSC will ask questions from the Constitution. Okay, all those extra elaborations given in Lakshmikant, not necessary that it should be asked in the examination. So whether you read Lakshmikant or not, you should just know broadly each and every provision in the Constitution. And many times it is actually easy to read Constitution than reading Lakshmikant. So slowly you will realize that. You will have to start with Lakshmikant, but doubt once you look at the Constitution, you will find that Constitution is sometimes more clear and precise than Lakshmikant. Okay. So what is the difference between death punishment and life imprisonment? Life imprisonment means permanently you are going to be in prison. Life imprisonment. Throughout your life you are going to be in prison. But the convention in various states is that once you have served 14 years of time in prison, you are generally you are given pardon. So even though it is called as life imprisonment, it doesn't mean that for forever throughout your life you will only be in prison. Okay, you will be pardoned after a period of time. So generally, normally in India, in various states, the time period is 14 years. After 14 years, you are given a pardon and you are allowed to go free. Okay. So, sir, who should take decision on Rajiv Gandhi convicts president or governor? Okay, let me clarify it for you here. Do you know what was the original punishment given for Rajiv Gandhi convicts? So, death punishment was given for Rajiv Gandhi convicts, right? And what punishments are they serving right now? Life imprisonment. So, how did it change? Okay, that's correct. It was changed because of Supreme Court's directions, right? How can Supreme Court change its punishment?
Because after the Supreme Court initially passed the death sentence, they sent their first petition to the president, and he took the, I think, both Abdul Kalam and Petrov on finally Petrov, but they cancelled it 11 or 12. So they appealed to the High Court and subsequently Supreme Court that they have sent the mercy petitions for more than 10 years, but the Supreme Court has not, sorry, President did not take the current taking the direction. So therefore they appealed again. So the Supreme Court took this as well.
Okay, all right, all right, all right. Good. So what our friend here is saying is the Rajiv Gandhi convicts, they had applied for a mercy petition to the president. In 91 or 92, this incident happened. By 94, the judgment was given. They were given death punishments. Trial was over, investigation is over, they were given death punishment. And since then, they had applied for mercy petition to the presidents. Okay, but no president had dared to take a strong decision. Either they should have accepted it or they should have rejected it. But they have just kept on pending until 2016. Okay. So in 2000, I don't know whether it's 14 or 16. Sorry?
11.
No, not in 11.
Because I said sometime that 2007 they suddenly decided to execute these three people.
Okay.
And then
No, they did not decide to execute. So the issue is it was just pending. No clear-cut decision was actually taken. So then what happened is these convicts for whom death punishment was given, they went and filed a review petition in Supreme Court. Okay, when we discuss about judiciary, you will understand that the decision of the judiciary itself can be reviewed by the judiciary, by the Supreme Court. Supreme Court can review its own decision. So, in the original trial, when it was completed at the lower level, it went on appeal to Supreme Court. And the time in 94 itself, Supreme Court had confirmed the death sentence, right? So now they are asking the Supreme Court to once again review the death. Then Supreme Court took this case up. Then it felt that yes, so much of time has happened, and these people for 3 years, they have been in prison. It is worse than a life imprisonment. At least if they would have been given death 20 years back, they would have died. But these guys have been dying every single day because their future is uncertain. They don't know whether they will be alive the next day or not. So that is the most inhuman kind of experience a person can actually go through. So that is why Supreme Court decided that it's fine, these guys have suffered enough. So Supreme Court, it reviewed its own death judgment it had given earlier and it changed its judgment to life imprisonment. That is how Rajiv Gandhi convicts are now life imprisonment convicts. It was not because of president exercising his mercy petitions, mercy powers. First, all right. So now they are life imprisonment convicts. Now there is a confusion about who has the power to give mercy, whether it is a governor or whether it is the president. Okay. So finally, now there is a clarity that what is the recent
the governor gave a
statement?
That the
President has to correct. Yes. The issue is when you discuss about see. President is the head of executive at the union level. Governor is the head of union executive at the state level. So the state government also has the right, it has the power to put a person for punishment. Union government also has the right and power to inflict punishment on a person. But state government, it can give punishment only in the case of state laws. State government has passed a law and that has a punishment, and in that, under that law, if a person is arrested or given life imprisonment, then he can be given mercy by the governor. If it's under a union law, it has to be done by the president. Okay, and so in this case, and you will also learn that if it's a case of death punishment, death penalty is given either under a union law or under a state law. If it's a death punishment, mercy, the power of pardoning a death punishment is allowed only in the hands of president. Even, let's say, a state government passes a law, and that law is for the purpose of punishing rapists. Today we have punishments against rape, but that is a IPC. IPC is a law passed by the union, correct? So let's say state government passes a law to punish rapists, and as of now, IPC's maximum punishment for rape is it death? No, it's not death punishment for rape. Rape is up to maximum 7 years of imprisonment. So the Tamil Nadu government feels it is a very low punishment, so I want to give death punishment as the punishment for rape. Okay, so Tamil Nadu government makes a law saying death as the punishment, and the person has been arrested, he has been tried, and under this law, and he has been given a punishment, that is death punishment. Okay, so now the person wants to be pardoned from his punishment. So where can he apply for mercy? He can apply it only in the case, only to president. But for every other punishment, pardon can be applied to both president as well as for governor. If it is a for other punishments, if it is if he has been punished under a state law, the person has to apply for mercy to the governor. Okay, so this is some difference that you will have to know. Answering the question, now the governor has clearly made it that it was an investigation done by central government authority, CBI. So the punishment was also given under central laws. Okay, so the death was given under central law, so I cannot do anything about it. The ball is in the president's court. The president has to exercise whether he would want to show mercy or not. Okay, that is why whenever this lady Arpudammal, Arpudammal is the mother of Perarivalan, one of the 7 convicts. So whenever she comes to India, she goes and meets Home Minister. She does not meet Tamil Nadu Chief Minister or anything. She directly goes to Home Minister and meets him. Because when I say president has to show his mercy, it is on the advice of Council of Ministers. And the minister who actually advises the president on these matters is the Home Minister. So that is why the ball is in the court of the president. It is up to the president to show mercy on the convict. Okay. So this is the issue right now. But what you have to understand here is the Supreme Court has actually commuted by entertaining a review petition against its own judgment upholding death earlier. So Supreme Court accepted a review petition, and it changed its death sentence to a life imprisonment. And now it is up to the president to exercise his mercy and to pardon this person, because already it's been 26, 27 years. Even if it is a life imprisonment, this would amount to 2 life imprisonments, correct? 14 years is normal, 14 to 28 years. Still the person is lodged in the prisons. So the request is to the president to show mercy. Okay, but there is a problem here. So what do you think? Should there be a timeline? Should there be a time limit, or don't you think do you think there should not be a time limit?
I can say, the mercy should be based on the amount, the way the crime was, the nature of the crime.
Okay.
In this case, it was because the former prime minister, as well as that too with the intention to, because of their they were belonged to certain non-terrorist group, which had an intent to cause some sort of damage. So that means it is causing some sort of security.
Okay.
So therefore, that means the mercy petition cannot be accepted at this second. Then it is based on the nature of the crime, the president can do that.
Okay. Okay. Good. What about others? Online students? What do you think? Then Supreme Court itself can release them, right, sir, since 14 years of imprisonment had been crossed. Nowhere it is 14 years. It's not a law. Okay, it's a custom that in most states, after 14 years, the executive will decide that it's time, let's release him. It's not an enforceable right of any convict or anything like that. Okay. So what is your opinion? Do you think a time limit would amount to certainty for convicts? So what is so you mean to say there's a surety of punishment? See, no. Time. Okay. You're saying would amount to certainty. You will not keep the convict in the dark about his future. So a convict can make peace with his life. Okay, I don't deserve to live. So let me be put to death. So at least that clarity will be there. That's what you're trying to mean. That's good. That's correct. You are right. But my question is something different. So you yourself tell me, what would be the problem of having a time limit? What if there is a time limit? What would be the consequence? What is the consequential problem? Because of having within 1 year, the president has to decide on a mercy petition. If you have such a kind of time limit, then what is the problem? Yosing.
Even if they, without any, that means they have to consider the ministers because the president has been here because the ministry has various issues. Now we have to give special attention.
No. 1 year is good enough. He can definitely meet Amit Shah at least once in 1 year. Okay. President may not have enough competence. See, he is not deciding the guilt. Okay. He is not finding out whether the person is right or wrong. That is not what he is doing. He is deciding whether he should be a human being or not. Okay. பெரிய மனுஷனா இருக்கணுமா வேண்டாமான்னு முடிவு பண்றாரு. Have you seen this movie விருமாண்டி? Yes. மணிக்கு தெரிஞ்சவன் பார்த்தது இல்லையா? பெரிய மனுஷன். மணிக்கு கேட்க தெரிஞ்சவன் அதோட பெரிய மனுஷன். கரெக்ட். So president is to decide whether he is a magnanimous person or not. Okay, so I don't think he has to think so much or use his mind or anything. Okay, there is another practical problem which can result. What is the practical problem? If you have a deadline, a time limit within which a president is forced to take a decision, what can happen? Anybody? Any other answers? Excess of cases to president. Well, no. No, time limit would amount to rights claimed by the convicts. Well, okay, would amount to a right claimed by the convict. Okay, I'll just discuss with you a case law. Two case laws here, Maru Ram versus Union of India, Kehar Singh versus Union of India. I'll just discuss that, then you'll have a clarity on your answer. I have asked a simple question. What would be the public sentiment after the death of a prime minister? There will be outrage. People are angry. My prime minister has died. He has been assassinated. Yes. So if that is the case, and you are giving a time limit 1 year to the president to decide, okay, do you think a president can actually decide in favor of the criminal then? Will it be practically possible? When I say president, it means will Amit Shah be in a position where he can, where even though the entire country is at anger, even though the entire country is angry, do you think Amit Shah will take a single-minded decision? No. We have to show mercy on them. It can have political repercussions, correct? Political consequences. Amit Shah will be thrown out of the power in the next election, right? So, if you have a time limit within which a decision has to be taken, what kind of a decision will the president take? He will definitely reject. Then what is the purpose of even having a clemency powers then? If everything is going to be rejected because of a strict, a very narrow time limit, then there is no need to keep these clemency powers only in the first place, right? So that is why a time limit cannot be placed on these issues. Okay, but now 20 years, 25 years has gone by. Rahul Gandhi has become a big man. Now he himself has come and openly said, I am not angry at these convicts, right? So when he, as a young boy, definitely he will be angry. His public statement would be that I am very angry at them. My father has been taken away from me. But today, when he comes out to the open and he says, I am not angry at them, the people also will say that, oh yes, if he is capable of moving on, then why not us? Correct? So in a charged environment, the president would not be able to exercise these powers. but in a cooled environment, he'll be able to exercise his powers of mercy. That is why you should not have a time limit. Okay, that is the decision of Supreme Court in this case, as well as in previous cases also of excessive delay. Wherever there's another case, Devinder Buller versus Union of India. So this Devinder Buller, he was a chemistry professor in Punjab during that Khalistan movement times and all. So this guy, using his chemistry skills, he made a bomb and he threw at Indian National Congress party members. So they died. So he was given a death sentence, mercy petition, no action. Finally, this guy became a lunatic. He lost his mind. He became a mad guy in the prison. His wife moved the court. His fundamental right is now getting affected. Okay, because prolonged delay has led to him living a indignified life. So it's a violation, so he should be left free. In that judgment also, Supreme Court gave a clear direction. We cannot direct any timeline, but the executive should be judicious in its approach. Executive should make sure that there is no unnecessary delay when it comes to disposing of with mercy petition cases. Okay, so understand, today there is no time limit for disposing of these mercy petitions. But there are, in this context, in the context of clemency powers of the president, there are certain other sections, there are certain other case laws that have to be discussed. Two case laws here. Okay. Maruram is Union of India. The other one is K.R. Singh versus Union of India. These two case laws are important in having a clear clarity, having more clarity on how president should exercise his clemency powers. Okay. I don't know about this Maruram. I think this is a case of a serial killer or something. Okay, I don't know about exactly about this guy, but K.R. Singh is one of the bodyguards who assassinated Indira Gandhi. Singh, okay, Punjabi bodyguard who assassinated. After assassinating Indira Gandhi, he applied for mercy petition to the president because Supreme Court gave him death sentence. He applied for mercy to the president. President rejected his mercy petition. He went to the Supreme Court, okay, and he challenged the act of president. So tell me, how could he have moved the Supreme Court? Under what reasons do you think he could have moved the Supreme Court? Yes? Review. Well, no. Review was also rejected by the Supreme Court. It is after that he went to the president and filed a mercy petition. Now president rejected his mercy petition. Now he goes to the Supreme Court, challenging the act of president. How? Anybody? Any answers? No. It's not about Congress, or it's not about politics. It's about law. It's about constitution. Okay, tell me, you as a common man, how can you directly go and move the Supreme Court? If your fundamental rights are violated. And the fundamental right law, what is the first fundamental right that you have read? Right to equality. K.R. Singh went to the Supreme Court, filed a writ petition saying his right to equality is violated. What equality? Matta prisoner oda mercy petition la he accepted, but my mercy petition he rejected. My right to equality, I am treated differently from other convicts. The president did not even give any importance to my situation. So I was treated in an unequal manner. So accept my writ petition. So Supreme Court entertained his writ petition. That is fundamental right has been violated, and it went into the case and it gave a verdict. It said that there cannot be a deadline. That is one. Next is, it cannot be a right of a convict to seek mercy from the president. If the president declines even accepting your mercy petition, it is his perfect right. Okay, and this is a power of the president that is to be exercised on the advice of Council of Ministers. This is not an independent discretion of the president. This is to be exercised on the advice of Council of Ministers. First, it's the third point. So this is it. So not very important case laws, but case laws which have clarified. Sorry. Yeah, he was executed. Yes, his mercy petition was rejected. So K.R. Singh's case brought a clarity on whether it's an individual sole discretion of the president or it's a power to be exercised on the council advice of council of ministers. K.R. Singh's case also laid out clearly that the convict cannot seek remedy as a right, okay, cannot seek mercy as a right. It is the discretion. If the clemency is pardoning powers under Article 72 is an act of mercy on the part of president. You cannot force a person to be merciful. It is up to the person. If he wants, he can be merciful, or he need not be merciful. There is no right that is available in the hands of the convict. Okay. So that's all. So this is all about the clemency powers of the president. Okay. So what we have to do here is we have to make a comparison with the clemency power of the president vis-a-vis the clemency power of governor. ரெண்டு இருக்கிற clemency power என்ன difference இருக்கு? The first difference I have just told you now a few minutes back. Governor can show mercy only if the punishment is given under state laws, whereas a president can show mercy if it is under state law or union law, any of the laws. First, even if it's a state law, if it is a death penalty which has been given, only the president can grant pardon. Okay, but on the death life மாத்துறது அதெல்லாம் even governor can do. Do you understand? That pardon alone can be exercised only by president in case of death penalty, even if it is under the state law. But changing death to life to 7 years, all these can be done by governor also. Second difference. Third difference is when it comes to tribunals, armed forces tribunals. Okay, the clemency can be sought only from president. First of all, what is this armed forces tribunals? Investigate the allegations against the army. Okay, against army personnel. Right, correct. So let's say Pakistan army has come and it has attacked Indian army, Kashmiris, Siachen, okay, Siachen, Kargil, Leh, Dras, in the area on the Pakistan army had come, attacked people, they fired at people, raped a lot of Indian women. Okay, so now Pakistan army has been defeated by Indian army. Those Pakistan soldiers will be brought and they will not be tried in Supreme Court or district court or anything, because they are not Indian citizens and they are not army men. So for those purposes, a separate body will be constituted, called as Armed Forces Tribunal, to try war crimes, crimes against humanity. You have the Armed Forces Tribunal which will be constituted. If a Pakistani army man is given a death sentence, where can he? So as I told you, it's not under the normal court process. So he cannot get it appealed or reviewed in Supreme Court. It's a different body. So there also, he has one avenue of relief that is only in the hand of president. He cannot get relief in the hand of the state governor of Kashmir or anything like that. The Armed Forces Tribunal might be constituted in Kashmir, but even then, it's under Indian Army Act, and his relief is in the hands of president. Governor does not have any power over Armed Forces Tribunals. Okay, so this is another provision that you have to know. See, okay.
So what was it? You said that this person from Pakistan can go for that.
Okay.
So the president rejects it. So can he go to the ICJ? Like if the Pakistan takes it?
Yeah, it can. He can do it. ICJ is basically.
Because for Kulbhushan Jadhav.
Yeah, we did that. Yes, he can do that. I mean, the government, Kulbhushan Jadhav, he went to the ICJ.
I mean, with an aid and help of the
No. Just a minute. International, see, I don't know under what law had he gone to ICJ. Maybe there would have been some treaty or some international law which would forbid foreign. Kulbhushan Jadhav was not, first of all, he's not an army man. Okay, so he was captured. He was an Indian citizen who was captured because of espionage, and he was actually punished. So I don't know about under what laws ICJ operates. Okay, so I cannot give a concrete answer, but if just to handle your question, well, I'm not very sure. I'll have to find out what was discussed in your ICJ in your security class. What?
For security class, what does is that he was basically the Indian side says that he's just Mahapur, but later he was
Okay.
abducted and given death penalty by the Pakistan military court. So the Indian side, along with the Kulbhushan Jadhav, along with the help of Indian government, went to court
Hmm.
asking for a termination, that is, terminate the death sentence because this he's not even a cyber he's not he's not committing acts of espionage.
Okay.
He just simply went to Iran. It was Pakistan federal. So Pakistan gave a different narrative, and ICC listened and they say like and the whole case is
Okay.
so
Okay.
that's what I thought. I thought whether even if Pakistan decides that its military men are not committed crimes,
I think it should be possible because the issue here is a larger issue of human right. Even the military man of Pakistan also has a human right. So, what is the guarantee that he has got a fair hearing in Indian tribunal? Okay. So, I think the jurisdiction should be applicable. I'm not very sure about it. So, uh, so that's all. So, this is the entire issue about exercise of clemency powers by the president. Okay. So, does president have no clemency power for convicts under armed forces tribunal? That's what I just told you now. Yes, he has. He exercises his clemency. Only president has clemency powers over those people who are punished by armed forces tribunals. Governor cannot show mercy powers. Okay. I guess this will be useful for ethics, martial laws. I don't think any questions on martial laws has ever been asked in ethics paper. You have to just go through your ethics question paper of the previous years. All right, we'll take a break. We'll take a break for 10 minutes and we'll continue. Okay. I was just asking the offline students here whether their polity test was over or not. I got the answer.
Yes, sir, it is over.
Polity 1 is over, I know. Test 7 வந்துட்டீங்களா? Polity 2 is test 7. Is it over? Is there anybody here in this online group who had already completed your test 7?
Yes, sir, polity 2 is not over. Polity
Okay.
section that was very busy.
So how many of you students are planning to attend exam this year, 2021 prelims? How many of you are planning to give an attempt this year? Online, how many of you are planning to give attempt this year? Okay, planning this year. Okay. So do you know what should be done in the last 90 days of preparation? You are already in that phase. Okay, April, May, June. June 28th, no? Exam. 27th. Okay. April, May, June. Say, okay. So we can start the time frame, maybe last 100 days. Last 100 days, what needs to be done? More emphasis on prelims. Okay, so what should be the method of preparation? So are you all reading all the compilations properly? Monthly compilation la படிக்கிறீங்களா? Magazines, compilations, அதெல்லாம் படிக்கிறீங்களா? அதெல்லாம் எதையும் படிக்காதீங்க. Just put it all in the dustbin. Don't waste your time. Okay. Last 100 days, you should only study majorly 2 subjects. Polity, history. Books la படிக்கிறதுனா இந்த 2 subject தான். Yes, read polity and history. Every day, at least 1 hour or 2 hours, 1.5 hours or to 2 hours should be spent combined for these 2 subjects. Because these are the 2 subjects where you will, it's easy to forget. Easy to understand, easy to forget. That is the nature of these 2 subjects. Geography எல்லாம் எடுத்துட்டீங்கன்னா, once you study for a life you will remember. Okay. The nature of the subject is like that. Once you understand how cyclone is formed, differential heating, land, water, all that, and how earthquakes are formed, what is volcanism, structure of the earth, you will never forget for 30 years, 40 years of your life. What I read 10 years back in geography, I know today also, I can remember. But what I taught in polity for the last batch, today morning I forgot. I had to read it once before coming to teach you. And that is the situation after teaching for 15 batches. So நீங்க வந்து first time you're reading polity book. So naturally it is very natural to keep on forgetting what you read in polity. So that is why polity and history is also like that. Very easy to forget. Because you read so much of information, easy to forget. So you keep on revisiting the books again and again and again. The only way you can do that is by solving questions. Randomly எடுத்து bookல எடுத்துட்டு ஒரு chapter படிக்கிறதுக்கு பதிலா solve questions, make mistakes, go back to books. Solve question, make mistake, go back to books. That is the way to prepare. Okay, history and polity. Geography, if you have attended classes and if you have read textbooks and if you have solved a decent number of questions, it is good enough. You will definitely get it right. Climate types, by thinking on the climate and the latitude and elevation, altitude, you will be able to figure out whether a particular vegetation will grow there or not. Correct? In a temperature on the zone, what will be the rainfall conditions? Okay, based on that, you will be able to identify whether among the 4 crops, this crop will grow there or not. Easily inferable. But polity is about recollection. And the issue of, see, when you read history and all, no, you read one complete chapter in Bipan Chandra, you will have some 2 or 3 points which will be exam worthy points. Everything else is the background, the course, and the consequences. If the history or flow is like that. But polity is like you open the constitution, each section is a question, potential question. So you just have thousands of questions that can be framed out of the constitution. And you just need to visit the constitution again and again. Time has to be there. My advice in the last 100 days is focus on these 2 subjects on a daily basis. Solve questions. at least 10 questions in these two subjects every day. You can start with the previous year's question papers. எதுக்கு இதை படிக்க சொல்றேன்னா, it is not so that you can outsmart other serious aspirants in these two subjects. It is to prevent them from outsmarting you on the examination. It's ஏன்னா இந்த ரெண்டு சப்ஜெக்ட்லையுமே every serious aspirant will score the best of the marks in these two subjects. அங்க வந்து you should not go behind them. You should not lose out a competitive edge. You should level play the field in these two subjects. Serious aspirants, the ones who have already cleared the service, வருஷம் பார்த்தீங்கன்னா among those people who get into IAS, even in my batch, no, at least 40% of us in IAS, we were all those who were in some other services in the previous year. IRS, police, இதிலிருந்து வர்ற கும்பலே ஒரு 50%, 40% will be there. The remaining 60% will be fresh people into service. So those are the competitors I'm talking about. The ones who have already qualified, the ones who have already qualified for many interviews, who have already gone up to mains, all these people will also be there. They are all serious, plus a lot of freshers who are also good with the preparation. அவங்க எல்லாரும் வந்து they will score well in polity and history, at least not in all questions, but in many questions. அந்த questionல you should also score well. If you are going down in those areas and they are going up in that area, that is not a correct approach. Okay, these two subjects are to be defensive and not to lose marks. But this is for polity, history, geography. I'm very sure you will all score well. You have to just finish those NCRT textbooks, finish Gocheng Leong. Okay, you will work it out yourself. And if you have been regular with your map, அப்பப்போ அட்லஸ் எடுத்து பார்க்குறது அதெல்லாம் ரெகுலராக பண்ணுறீங்கன்னா you will score the map questions. Nothing to be worried about. Just be confident enough. Economy. Economy is an area where you have to just use logic. Very difficult to understand, but very easy to score. Economy is such a subject. Inflation, இதுதான் reasons. You will be very sure. GDP. What are the components of GDP? You know about it. மூணு செக்டார் என்னென்ன, அந்த செக்டாரோட ட்ரெண்ட்ஸ், agriculture in the last 5 years, has it grown up or has it come down? Its contribution to GDP, its rate of growth of agriculture as a sector, has it been positive or has it been negative? If there is a slowdown in GDP in the last 5 years, in the last 5 years, what is the trend of GDP? Anybody? Is it going up or is it stable or is it going down? Going down. Yes, yes. So what are the reasons for that? Yes, what are the reasons? Anybody? No. அதெல்லாம் வந்து ரீசனாக சொல்ல முடியாது. That is not the reason. You have to talk. Correct. Economic slowdown all over the world. So low demand. That is one. Next. Pandemic can be also mentioned as a reason. Next. Anything with the financial system in India? Financial crisis. Sorry? Yes, NPA crisis. Because of a lot of banks going bust. Now banks are reluctant to lend money. Inflation is not a problem. Banks reluctant to lend money because of growing NPAs. NPA அதிகமாயிட்டு இருக்குன்னு சொல்லி their banks are not now ready to risk more NPAs. So அப்போ கடன் கொடுக்கறது கம்மியாகுதுங்கிறப்ப credit availability is decreasing. So people are not able to finance and operate their businesses. That is another valid reason. So in the மாதிரி you can infer, you can make inference from the options given. But polity, history தான் வந்து இப்படி இது கரெக்டாக தப்பானே தெரியாமல் போயிடும் உங்களுக்கு. Okay, economy and all, you can make this logic and you will be able to get it right. So those two subjects I'm not very much worried about. You will be able to get them right once you start into the practice of facing questions similar to UPSC questions. So இந்த 4 subject முடிஞ்சதா? Apart from that, science and tech questions which are asked in this exam. How was science and tech question? So first of all, tell me, do you think there is any utility of going through all those monthly compilations? If you are reading Hindu paper properly, I would say just forget those compilations. They are waste of time. They are your distractions. Don't waste your time. Okay. So அப்படி இல்லை சார், ஹிந்து பேப்பர் படிச்சுட்டு இருந்தேன், but still, then what would be your approach for science and tech questions? பார்த்தீங்களா போன வருஷம் கொஸ்டின் பேப்பர் எப்படி இருக்குன்னு? How was it? How was the science and tech question? Yes? What is your analysis? Any answers? What was your analysis of the science and tech questions? ஏதாவது கொஸ்டின் ஞாபகமாக இருக்கா? அதாவது tell me what question do you remember? Approximate ஒரு மாதிரி வேகா தெரியுது சார் அப்படின்னா. There was one question asked about some ELISA spectrometer, ELISA, they asked, no? Yes, they asked. So do you want me to open the question paper, previous year question paper, and show you some questions and to tell you how to approach them? Online students, what about you? Do I do that? Do you want polity class or do you want prelims question paper class? Which one? Okay. Clearing prelims is very easy if you have a very confident attitude in the exam. The confident attitude என்னன்னா படிச்சு தான் கிளியர் பண்ணணும் அப்படிங்கிறது இல்லாம ஒரு attitude போனீங்கன்னாவே that is called as confident attitude. Okay, நான் உங்களை in the beginning time when I had interacted with you, I had given you a list of books. இதெல்லாம் படிங்க, economic survey படிங்க, இதெல்லாம். All that is to clear civil service exam. That was not to clear prelims. That is to clear mains. That is to become a well-educated and aware person when you go to the personality test. But to clear prelims, it's not the dependence on books that will help you clear prelims. But instead, what is more required to clear prelims is looking at a question and finding out which option does not suit to this particular question. That is how you will get most of the current affairs questions correct. Okay. So I'll just show you some, I'll just give you my approach towards this question paper. Okay, this is a current affairs question. Aadhaar metadata cannot be stored for more than 3 months. State cannot enter into any contract with private corporations for sharing of Aadhaar. Aadhaar is mandatory for obtaining insurance. Aadhaar is mandatory for getting benefits funded out of Consolidated Fund of India. What is the answer for this question? Any idea? Okay, I want to zoom it. B. So why do you say B? What is the reason for saying B? This is a current affairs which you will be able to get it right only if you have been following that Aadhaar bill controversy. அது என்ன நடந்துட்டு இருந்ததுன்னு போன வருஷம் படிச்சிருந்தீங்கன்னா, and don't worry, this question will never be asked in the future. This is not your current affairs. This was the current affairs for those who gave their attempt in 2020. You don't have to even know anything about it, no problem at all. Okay, so what I want to point out is, by looking at the question, is there any option which comes to your mind which might appear to be wrong? State cannot enter into any contract with private corporations for sharing of Aadhaar data. Okay, so is this statement correct? இப்படி ஒரு statement எனக்கு என்னமோ this thing alone looks like a very insensible option. Okay, why not? For sharing of Aadhaar data, Aadhaar number, The biometric share பண்ணாதான் many private companies are having access to your Aadhaar data, right? So by looking into that, Aadhaar metadata cannot be stored for more than 3 months. This is a very tricky option. இது கரெக்டா தப்பானே சொல்ல தெரியல. Even I don't know what is the answer for this question. I'm just trying to figure out if there is some option which is insensible, which does not make sense or not. Okay.
I guess was when I was my experience was when I was applying to PhD, then I got Aadhaar number, then he carried to some other.
Okay.
There is a possibility.
Okay. For sharing of Aadhaar data, state cannot enter into any contract with private corporations. Or maybe I think it's correct. Because it's not about sharing. Actually, இன்னைக்கு ஏர்டெல்ல போய் நீங்கள் சிம் வாங்கினா கூட you can get your Aadhaar data will be authenticated. So state, it is stored only in the state servers, government servers. The private party can only, the state can authenticate whether you are that person or not can be verified. Okay, I don't think that is called as sharing of Aadhaar data. So if தெரியலனா I will just leave this question and go away. This, in my opinion, is at least for me, it's quite a difficult question. I would just happily leave this question and go to the next question, because it's very tough to identify which one is sensible and which one is not sensible. Okay, but one thing I know is Aadhaar is mandatory for getting benefits of fund out of Consolidated Fund of India. I think this was correct. 4 correct. Okay, with this I can only figure it out to A and B. இந்த ரெண்டுல ஏதாவது ஒன்று now I have to choose as an answer. Okay, so which one among the two appears to be even more not so sensible? Aadhaar metadata cannot be stored for more than 3 months. Okay, state cannot enter into a contract with private corporations for sharing of Aadhaar data. You know what is a metadata? Metadata means data about a data. அதாவது it's what is called as a fingerprint of a data. So what அது எப்படி சொல்றதுன்னா, it's like a cookies. Okay, so when some authentication happens, okay, you're not looking into அந்த பயோமெட்ரிக் யாரோடது, what is the pattern of the fingerprint, you will not know. What is the pattern of the iris, you will not know. But you will broadly know that there is some authentication of so and so person which has been done. Okay, so I don't know about these two options, but I'm just telling you the answer should be something between A and B. In the log I can narrow it down. Maybe on the day of the exam I'll just figure out and do something. Between these two options I would go and attempt something. Okay, either I would leave it, or if not, I'm not going to leave it. I would probably go with A and B because it has the 4th option as a correct option. Okay, so any idea about what is the right answer as per the answer key here? If you can just open பண்ணி வெச்சுக்கோங்க, அப்படி பார்த்துட்டே வேணா வாங்க. Okay, this is one question, current affairs. So I'm just trying to figure out some formula for getting it right. The next question is, Rajya Sabha has equal power with Lok Sabha. It's a very, very simple question, polity related question. இதை வந்து எல்லாருமே அட்டன் பண்ணிடுவாங்க. It's so simple. Tell me what is the answer for this. Rajya Sabha has equal powers with Lok Sabha in amending the constitution. Simple. Removal of the government, no conference motion, it's not the correct. Cut motions, no. Budget, it's only Lok Sabha. Creating All India Service, Rajya Sabha has more powers compared to Lok Sabha. Other we'll deal it later. Okay, so amending the constitution, both are same processes actually followed. It's very simple. Okay, so I mean, I don't want to get into polity, I don't want to discuss. I just want to get into current affairs and see how you can actually manage them. With reference to MP lads, okay, this is another current affairs. MP lads must be used to create durable assets like physical infra for health, education, etc. Okay, a specified portion of each MPs must benefit SC/ST population. MP lads funds are sanctioned on the yearly basis, and unused funds cannot be carried forward to the next year. No, I think third one is a wrong option. 4th is correct. I know third is wrong and fourth is correct. Either 1 and 2 or 1, 2, 4. Okay. Okay. So fourth is polity. Polity. These are all simple questions, nothing to be concerned about. Polity. Polity. Easy. In India, legal services authorities provide free legal services to which of the following type of citizens? Person with an annual income of less than 1 lakh, transgender with an annual income of less than 2 lakh, member of other backward caste with an annual income of less than 3 lakh, all senior citizens. It's a tough question actually. Without knowing it clearly, UPSC might even play with these numbers also. Okay, it's a very risky question. Person with an annual income of less than 1 lakh, free legal services to which of the following type of citizens? See, can you find that there is something not okay with these two statements? 1 and 2 ஏதோ பிரச்சனை இருக்கு. What? Look at the problem here. Can you all see the question? Is it zoomed enough, online students? Is it zoomed enough? Can you see the question clearly and the options also? No. இல்லாட்டி இந்த ஸ்கிரீன் அப்படியே ஷேர் பண்ணுங்க ஸ்டூடெண்ட்ஸ்க்கு. ஷேர் பண்ணிருங்க அப்படி. See, it's given here person. So the question is, who should be given free legal aid? ஒரு நார்மல் பர்சனுக்கு இன்கம் லிமிட் இஸ் 1 lakh. For a transgender who is actually more vulnerable than a normal person, how can an income less than 2 lakh? Okay, person with an annual income, okay, this is correct then. You know, that is correct logic. Okay, member of OBC with an annual income of less than 3 lakh, all senior citizens.
All seniors
Will be ruled out. Correct. Okay. 4 வந்து eliminate பண்ணலாமா? All senior citizens, if it might include the rich senior citizens also. Why should they be given free legal aid? So B யும் D eliminate பண்ணிருங்க. 1, 2, 2 and 3. So 2 is a common answer. Person with an annual income of less than 1 lakh, member of OBC with an annual income of less than 3 lakh. So what if he or she is a scheduled caste person? A scheduled caste person with an annual income of 1 lakh and a member of OBC with a higher annual income limit. That is, எங்க இடிக்குதுல்ல ரெண்டுல. So I think this one should not be there. What is the correct answer? Eva. Marked as controversial. Okay. I don't know. Maybe I might even go wrong. I would use such a kind of a logic. I will eliminate senior citizens first. B யும் D யும் போயிரும். 1 and 2, 2 and 3. So 1 or 3 அப்படின்னு வரும்போது I would feel that a person with an annual income of less than 1 lakh is too less a limit. And probably I would go with this. Okay. So 1 வந்து வராது அப்படிங்கிற மாதிரி நினைச்சிட்டு I would go with C. It might even become wrong also. That is okay. Even if it becomes wrong, it has narrowly become wrong. I had at least eliminated 2 options. Among the 2, it's okay. Even then I'm not blindly closing my eyes and going with something. I'm trying to use a reason and then coming up with the answer. All right. Okay. So these are all memory oriented. It is only when you have faced these kind of questions earlier in your test series, or maybe it would have been something to do with current affairs. Paperல ஏதாவது வந்திருக்கும் பத்தி அதனால தான் something could have been asked. இதெல்லாம் வந்து you cannot make blind guess work. You have to know something, or better just skip it and just go away. Polity. This is agreement with Gandhism and Marxism. This is also polity actually. All these are polity. Polity questions in 2020 is the easiest of the questions. Okay, not difficult at all. 2019 and 2018 polity questions were actually comparatively they were difficult. Gold tranche. Okay. And again, இந்த மாதிரி ABCD and you have to get one right இப்படிங்கிற மாதிரி questionsல you can afford to just skip it. More dangerous questions. ரெண்டு மூணு தெரியலனா கூட வந்து you have to just skip it and go away. Okay, you don't have to make a blind guess here. Gold tranche reserves to one of the operations of central bank, a credit system. Okay, credit system guaranteed by IMF to its members, a loan system of World Bank. Like you படிச்சது தான், but I don't remember actually. I think it's IMF, no? 17D. Yes. So something which I had read, so I'm just able to somehow recollect it. Terinja, you can write it. Otherwise, better to leave it and go away happily. Don't worry about missing out on these questions. But this is the 17th question. The 17th question வர்றதுக்கு முன்னாடி just think about how many questions you should have got correct. Okay, we'll just have a look at it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Out of 17 questions, 12 questions you should have actually got right. ஏன்னா இது எல்லாமே வந்து static areas, polity. Okay, the remaining questions, current affairs, how many did I actually get right? இதை பார்த்தீங்கன்னா I don't know what is the answer. What answer did I tell you here? For B. Answer is B. I told B. Oh, ARB. Okay, I thought I'll. Okay, see the தப்புனே வச்சுக்கலாம். This one was correct. So 1 right and 1 wrong. So 13 correct and 1 wrong. Okay. This one I'm just skipping. This one, let's say I've got it wrong. 13 right and 2 wrong. இதோட so this one also I got right, no? 14 right and 2 wrong. 1 is unattempted. So it's a really great strike ratio. Okay, இந்த அளவுல போகாது ஏன்னா we had polity here. That is why it was giving a very good strike rate. இன்னும் போக போக the strike rate will actually come down. So 14 questions were right. 14 into 2, 28. ரெண்டு question தப்பா. So basically I'm losing 1.5 marks. So I have scored around 25, 26 marks, 25 marks from first 17 questions. Okay. Because I had polity here and I know with multiple revisions, and not just me, you can also score all questions correct with polity. Polity was so simple last year. Okay, but அதில் வந்து பெருசாக வந்து உங்களுக்கு ஒரு marginal difference compared to other aspirants you would not have got. But இதில் ஒரு guess work நடந்தது அப்படின்னா if you get it right, you do get a marginal difference here. Okay. So in the mari out of 17 questions, how many current affairs questions were there? This was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 current affairs questions. Out of 5 current affairs questions, I think I got 2 correct. 2 correct and 1 wrong, which is a good ratio. Okay, and that you get it right by not by exact precision, but by using some kind of a deduction, elimination, and a logical work. இப்படிதான் வந்து all India rank 1 will also be solving this paper. Okay, even all India rank 1 will not know what are the answers. Many a times you will find all India rank 1 Anudeep Durichettila mark எடுத்து பாத்தீங்கன்னா all prelims he will only clear by 1 mark cut off, 1 mark, 1.5 mark. People who will not clear mains might even clear by 40 marks cut off range. But என்ன யூஸ், யாருக்கு யூஸ் இருக்கு? You need to get only a half mark more than the cutoff in prelims. That's all. You have to just find out your strategies of doing it. Okay. Okay, goal tranche, the polity. Okay, polity. I just want to focus only on those questions which are completely something new. This is a very tough question, history question. It's not a simple question at all. This question on terms, very, very difficult. Because Baniyan, for people with history optional, you may know that this is correct. But illati koda, how could you have got it right? You know what is the meaning of the word Baniya? Vanikingற word கேள்விப்பட்டிருக்கீங்களா? Ancient India, the word vanik, vanigargal, traders. Okay, so that word vanika is from where this Baniya will also come. So you can make an association that Baniya would mean a trade, someone who involves in trade. அப்படிங்கிற மாதிரி ஏதாவது கெஸ் ஒர்க் பண்ணி எழுதணும். That is if you have some knowledge on history and vanikna என்ன அப்படிங்கிறது தெரிஞ்சா in that association. Otherwise you will not get it right. One என்னன்னு யாருக்குமே no, it's not possible to know what is that meaning of that word. Okay, நம்ம வந்து we'll only make an association with Aurangzeb அப்படின்னு நினைப்போம். But nothing, no similarity. You cannot use any of the knowledge that you learn in history here. Mirajdar is, this is correct. Okay, அது தெரிஞ்சா கூட யூஸ் இல்லை, because there are 3 options which have 3 here. B இருக்கு, C இருக்கு, D இருக்கு. So better I would actually skip this question. Very tough. I know only one option here. Maybe if I make a guesswork, I may know that 2 and 3 is correct, but still 1 I'm not sure. அப்படிங்கிறப்ப this is very risky. I should not actually attempt this question. It should not be a blind guess. So what is the answer for this question? 2 and 3 மட்டும் தானா? Okay, very dangerous. கண்டிப்பா தப்பா இருக்க வாய்ப்பு இருக்கு. ஏன்னா 1 என்னன்னே தெரியாம we should not move. So when you don't know anything, and even if you are able to get 3 options right, attend பண்ணுவோம் அப்படின்லாம் பண்ணிடாதீங்க. Okay, there should be some really good reason and logic. Even if you have eliminated among 2 options, I am not asking you blindly go and choose 1 correct. அப்படி பண்ணக்கூடாது. Okay, even if you eliminated 2 options, 1 is remaining, 2 are remaining, அந்த 2ல ஏதாவது reason இருக்கா, ஒரு logic இருக்கா, only then you should go for that question. Never worry that people will tell you have to go beyond 90 questions, you have to go beyond 80 questions. No such hard and fast principles. Okay, history. Okay, இதெல்லாம் easy. Modern India history questions were all easy. This is something to do with chronology. So எப்படி chronology trace, how can you trace out chronology? You should know Chola, Parantaka. So okay, you should broadly know which dynasties and the history textbook வந்து எந்த ஆர்டர்ல போகுதுன்னு தெரியணும். NCERT book, அவ்வளவுதான். அது தெரிஞ்சா with that you will be able to get these answer right. Pala was found by Gopala. அதான் கரெக்டா தப்பான்னு no idea. I mean it's okay, it's about only about chronology. Palas, when were Palas? So can someone tell me in which history textbook will you read about Palas? Tell me that. எந்த bookல படிப்பீங்க? Anybody give me the answer. Medieval, correct. First chapter on medieval, அதுதான் வந்து Pala, Pratihara, Rashtrakuta, அந்த tripartite struggle ஒன்று படிப்பீங்கல்ல, So you know that this is something to do with later ancient period. That is early medieval வருது அப்படிங்கிற அளவுக்கு you know that. Okay. And Pallavas அப்படிங்கிறது எப்போ நடக்கும்னா Pallava founding of Pallava dynasty, Pallava power under Mahendravarman, somewhere in 7th century it will happen. Pallavas அப்புறம் தான் Cholas, right? So you know that. But இந்த Chola வந்து இந்த Parantaka, there were two Cholas, no? தெரியுமா ஹிஸ்டரியில் ஃபர்ஸ்ட் சங்ககால சோழர்கள் இருப்பாங்க, அப்புறம் you will have that other Cholas. I think this Parantaka deals with that first Chola, early Cholas. Okay. So I'm assuming it should be 3 and then it should be 2. 3 and 2, which where do we have that? B and D ரெண்டு இருக்கா? Rise of Pratihara under King Bhoja, Pala dynasty founded by Gopala. I think Palas will come first. D are the answer. 24. C, okay, maybe my logic is wrong. 2 4 1 3. Okay, maybe my assumption of Parantaka was wrong. I thought it to be earlier Cholas, but I have to just refresh my memory. I don't remember history first of all. But if you are in touch with history books, you will be definitely able to get it right. இந்த வருஷம் படிக்கிறோம், ரெண்டு ரீடிங் 3 ரீடிங் ஏன்ஷியன்ட் இந்தியா படிச்சு முடிச்சிட்டோம்னா you can actually get it right. Okay, because I don't remember all these Palas and Pratiharas. I don't know the comparison. Okay, yaar first varanga second varanga, it's been some time. So that's why history you will forget it easily. Keep on revisiting history books again and again. In the chronology எங்கெங்க படிச்சிருக்கோம் அப்படிங்கறது வந்து bookல இருந்து நமக்கு will be able to identify. So you have to just be in touch, that's all. You can get it right. This is very simple. Hundis, bill of exchange. உங்களுக்கு தெரிஞ்சதா இந்த ஆன்சர்? No, it's there in your NCRT, your new NCRT, அந்த கலர் கலரா இருக்கும் அந்த book. Medieval themes in history part 2, you will have the answer for this. I think even in old NCRT also, in medieval, that is trade and commerce during Mughal empire, Mughal period or topic. Okay, in that you will have this word. So எப்படி படிக்கணும்? ஒரு தடவை படிச்சு முடிச்சு பார்த்துட்டோம்னா வந்து it will always stay in your mind. But just that you have to keep visiting your books again and again. Okay, this is a simple question. சார் சொன்னாரு இந்த மாதிரி 4 ஆப்ஷன் இருந்தால் விட்டுட்டு போகணும்னு. ஐ எம் நாட் டெல்லிங் யூ தட். ஓகே, ஐ எம் ஜஸ்ட் டெல்லிங் யூ, if it is completely blank current affairs and you have these kind of 4 options, observe it once, and if you find it dangerous, better happily don't have any regrets that you are missing out on these questions. That is what I am trying to say. But இதை பார்த்தா இந்த மாதிரி இருக்கிற கொஸ்டின் எல்லாம் விட்டு போங்க நான் சொல்ல. Okay, easy questions are also can be framed in this manner. Okay, okay, இதெல்லாம் வந்து it's a really difficult question, because in the modern India வந்து the difficult questions are the ones which are these kind of factual questions. இந்த book யார் எழுதுனா, what is the story of these books, and what period was it written. No guesswork can be made in this question. This is a question which you should just skip out. Okay, even after I had read Bipin Chandra, Sumit Sarkar, Bandyopadhyay எல்லாம் படிச்சு முடிச்சு கூட I have never even heard this about this word once. Okay, you may have a lot of analysis made in the websites. This is because of a current affairs. இந்த விஷயம் நடந்தது அதனால இதை கேட்டாங்கன்னா நடந்துட்டு போட்டோம். அதெல்லாம் வந்து we cannot remember all current affairs. And don't worry, nobody would have got this answer correct. Only those who put the key will get this answer correct. Okay, so don't worry about this question. Even if it's modern India, if it's not read, happily forget about it and go out. இல்லைங்க, ஸ்க்ரீன் ஷேர் தான் நடந்துட்டு இருக்கு. ஸ்க்ரீன் ஷேர் தானே விட்டுருங்க, ஸ்க்ரீன் ஷேர் தான் போகும். No idea about this, leave it. It's easy. 27. First monthly journal to have the untouchable people as its target audience. Vittal Vidvanchak. Okay. First monthly to have the untouchable people as its target audience. No idea. Better to leave it, because you have 3 people who are related with the cause of untouchables: Phule, Gandhi, as well as Ambedkar. But I don't think Jyotibai Phule was in any way involved in any of these journalism. இந்த ரெண்டு பேர்ல யாரோ ஒருத்தவங்க நினைக்கிறேன், or it could be, yeah, that's what. So it's very risky. Better to leave this, because unless you are certain, you will not be able to get this answer right. And இதெல்லாம் வந்து படிச்சிருந்தா மட்டும் தான் தெரியும் நமக்கு. அதர்வைஸ் ஜஸ்ட் லீவ் இட் அண்ட் கோ அவே. குல்ய வாப்பா துரோண வாப்பா வெரி டஃப். இதுவும் தெரியாது, விட்டுட்டு போகணும். ஈவன் தோ ஐ ஹேவ் ஹிஸ்ட்ரி as an optional, இதெல்லாம் நான் கேள்விப்பட்டது கூட கிடையாது ஆக்சுவலி. ஓகே, I'm sure many of you, even many of you might also have history as your optional. Have you ever heard of these words? History optional இல்லைங்க படிச்சிருக்கீங்களா? படிக்க மாட்டீங்க. Because at least from the sources where you read, no, Upinder Singh, இதெல்லாம் வந்து this is not there. So very difficult. This is simple. Just from the tone of this inscriptions, you will be able to find out what would be the answer. Okay. So this is about secularism. Okay. So probably should be Ashoka. Correct. So with that you will be able to find it out. So இந்த மாதிரி கொஸ்டின் எப்படி யோசிக்கணும் சார்? சார் I have never read any inscription sir. NCERT இந்த மாதிரி நான் படிச்சவே இல்லை. But so should I just miss it out and go? Look at the other people here. Samudragupta, Guptas, Hindus, they were actually nurturing Hindu culture. Okay, and the Hindu nascent Hindu culture based on Puranic Vedic rituals, they were doing everything. So கண்டிப்பா அவர் இருக்க முடியாது, right? Harshavardhana, okay, could be. Krishnadevaraya, we know he's a staunch Hindu. இந்த ரெண்டு வராதுன்னு கன்ஃபார்மாக சொல்லிடலாம். Harsha was a patron of both Buddhism as well as Hinduism. So it could be Ashoka and Harshavardhana, but I have more knowledge. I have read more about Ashoka related to secularism. I don't remember anything reading about Harsha as about his positive virtue of secularism thing. படிச்ச மாதிரி இல்லை. So with that assumption, I would go for Ashoka. Okay, இப்படி தான் வந்து you can figure out an answer here. இதெல்லாம் வந்து படிச்சோ மனப்பாடம் பண்ணியோ வந்து you cannot get marks in prelims. You can only preparation is to spot some patterns in the questions. Okay. Cultural history, paramitas. This is completely wrong, that is for sure. Philosophical schools that did not accept the authority of Vedas. I don't think so. No. AOCO, what is C? Okay. Maybe if I can sit more and think about it, or see what on maybe correct. But this is something which I know for sure. There are different words for this. Shrenis. Shrenis are the word. Is the word, right? So this is something which even a non-history student can also get it right. NCERT reading வச்சுக்கிட்டு கூட you will be able to eliminate D. கிடையாது. Philosophy schools, that is Nastika schools, no? Those schools that did not reject, that did not accept the authority of Vedas, அதுக்கு ஒரு word இருக்கு. I'm sure you will be able to remember if you read NCERT some 5 times 6 times படிச்சீங்கன்னா வந்துரும். I think it's Nastika schools. D வராது. Perfections whose attainment led to Bodhisattva path, early Dharma Shastra texts were written in Sutra style. No idea about this. So I would have gone with A or C, or otherwise I would have just skipped this question. I would have done either of the two course of action. But BU, D எடுத்துருக்க மாட்டேன். And remember, the time that I had taken to go through this entire question maximum was around 15 seconds or 20 seconds. அதுக்கு மேலே you should not spend time. If you are spending time, you will mostly go wrong in that question. பார்த்துட்டு டிக்கெட் போயிட்டே இருக்கணும். Okay, if you are dwelling too much, you will definitely go wrong in that question. These are all some of the tactics, or what do I say? This is how you can maintain this emotional balance, so that you don't. I'll tell you how emotional balance gets disturbed. ஒரு மணி நேரம் ஆகுது வாட்ச் ஓப்பன் பார்க்குறீங்க, 20 கொஸ்டின் தான் முடிஞ்சிருக்கும், 25 questions. Your performance in the remaining questions, actually you may be an optional student of geography or a political science or PubAd. Polity questions எல்லாம் கடைசியில் தான் இருக்கும். But because you are already nervous and stressed, by the time you come to polity questions, you have made so much of blunder that your mind is not working properly even in polity questions. அது கூட நடந்துரும். So approach calmly. Always have a reassurance in the back of your mind. If not this, I have the next question. இது இல்லையா, இன்னொரு கொஸ்டின் எங்கேயோ எனக்கு வரப்போகுது, அப்படியே டிக் அடிச்சுட்டு போயிட்டே இருங்க. ஓகே, கவலைப்படுறவங்களுக்கு இந்த எக்ஸாம் ஒத்து வராது. ஓகே, என்ன ஆனாலும் பரவாயில்ல, எனக்கு கவலையே இருக்காது, நான் இப்படி தான் இருப்பேன் அப்படிங்கிற மாதிரி நினச்சிட்டிங்கன்னு வச்சுக்கோங்க. ஸோ தென் cracking this exam becomes easy. You will not have any regrets It's only when you start regretting for the wrong option that you had done earlier, then everything will go haywire. Okay. This is another tough question. In the context of Indian history, the Rakmabai case of 1884 revolved around. So a very tough question actually, very difficult. Okay, do you know from where this question was asked? Was it asked from Spectrum? Okay, not just this. All the three questions that I have just left out, the Desar Katha and the journal, Rakmabai's case, இதெல்லாம் Spectrum ல இருக்கா? Do you have the answers for these questions in Spectrum? Yes? No? Online students, what is your response? Do you have the answers for these questions in Spectrum? But so is there any possibility that you could have come across this particular issue in any of your history reading? Any possibility? Rakmabai in Spectrum, is it so? Is it so? Are you sure it is in Spectrum? It's women's rights topping. I think so. No, you have to tell me if this issue was there or not. All, and it's actually a tough question. இது வந்து பிபின் சந்திரால இருக்கு. I know for sure that it is there in Bipin Chandra. Okay, but even in Bipin Chandra, you will not have all the three options. அதாவது ரக்மாபாய் இஷ்யூவை கேட்டு மகாதேவ் ரனடே became very angry இப்படிங்கிற மாதிரி கொடுத்துருப்பாங்க, அவ்வளோதான். Okay, but what is that issue about these three issues? It will not be mentioned. Okay, so that's why I say it's a tough question. நமக்கு படிச்சதுலேருந்து வரலன்னா that is called as a tough question. And from the reading that you do in your textbook, you will know that it is about a women's right to gain education. அது அந்த அளவுக்கு கரெக்டாக தெரியும். But age of consent, restitution of conjugal rights, இதெல்லாமே வந்து it's closely connected to this issue only. Okay, so unless it's a very tricky question. Okay, இது வந்து mostly there is a possibility of going wrong. Unless you know you have already read about it in your class notes or எங்கேயாவது ஒரு டெஸ்ட் சீரிஸ் ஏதாவது ஒரு கொஸ்டின் இந்த மாதிரி கேட்டு அதை பற்றி நீங்கள் already you have prior browsing has been done. It's only with that confidence you can get this right. Otherwise, just skip this and go away. Okay, so and I would say don't have any regrets because nobody would have got this answer correct. But on the polity questions, everybody would have got it right. Other modern India questions, the question on hundis, okay, அது வந்து கண்டிப்பா people would have got it right. The ones who are serious will definitely get it right because it is within NCRTs. Okay, this is another question, easy question. Okay, these are all easy questions. These are very simple questions. 34, 35, எல்லாமே NCRT you will have it. So your Spectrum or Bipin Chandra, everything will have these ones. Okay. This is a time frame based question. Panini, Pushyamitra Sunga. So can you recollect the name Pushyamitra Sunga? இதெல்லாம் வந்து general students of UPSC should also be able to identify. At least you should know who is Pushyamitra Sunga. எப்போ வருவா? Sunga dynasty, when is it created? Sunga dynasty. Pushyamitra Sunga was the one who ended Mauryan dynasty. Okay, so yes, after Mauryas. Was Pushyamitra Sunga a patron of Hinduism or Brahmanism, or was he patronizing Buddhism? Any answer? Pushyamitra Sunga, was he patronizing Buddhism or Brahmanism? Buddhism, wrong. Brahmanism. அது எப்படி கண்டுபிடிக்கலாம்? How can you remember this fact means when you read your books you would know that as soon as his victory over Mauryas வந்த உடனே he will do a yaga, அந்த யாகம் பண்ணுவார், Ashwamedha Yagna will be done. அப்படின்னா he is actually a strong Brahmin. And one of the downfall of Buddhism is Brahmanist what do you say, revival, Brahmanist revival was another reason for downfall of Mauryas. இப்படிதான் வந்து லிங்க் பண்ணணும். Okay, Pushyamitra Sungha, he ended Mauryas and he is a Brahmin. These are all associated aspects. Okay, and you know who's Panini? Panini is the writer of a grammar treatise which is called as Ashtadhyayi. Ashtadhyayi or a grammar book Panini. I know that Panini wrote that in the 4th century. Okay, he wrote that in 4th century, and Ashoka itself lived in 4th century BC. Correct? Ashoka was there in 4th century BC, and அவருக்கு அப்புறம் பல ஜெனரேஷனுக்கு அப்புறம் தான் வந்து Mauryan dynasty came to an end. So I really have a doubt. I don't think Panini's Ashtadhyayi would have been written during Pushyamitra Sungha's time. Okay, so I think first statement is wrong. Is it correct? A D வராது, right? And Amarasimha is associated with Hashavadana, no idea. Kalidasa is associated with Chandragupta. I think this is right. Is it B, 2 and 3? C, yes, of course. One is not there. B and C, okay. Okay. I know 3 is right. So B and C, okay. Even without thinking so much about 1, 3 I could have actually told. 3 is right. But okay, we have 3 options and 1 should not be there. So 2 and 3, 3 only. The maybe I should have thought more. Logic I should have gone. But I think I would have gone wrong with this question. இந்த மாதிரி கொஸ்டின்ஸ் வச்சுக்கோங்க. A and D I would have eliminated. History optional, 2 and 3, 3 only. 3 correct ன்னு தெரியுது. 2, Amarasimha is associated with Harshavardhana. No idea, but I would assume that இங்கே வந்து சம்மந்தம் இல்லாத ஆளை கொடுத்துருக்காங்க. அப்போ இங்கே சம்மந்தமான ஆளை தான் கொடுத்துருப்பாங்களோ அப்படின்னு நினச்சிட்டு I would actually go with the answer and I would have probably got it wrong. But again, no regrets. There are many other questions where I can still go and get it right. Okay. So this could be a example of my logic. I mean, the logic illama ponadhu pathingala. That's where I would have made a mistake. If I would have stuck to my principle that logic ladi eludha kudadhu அப்படிங்கிற மாதிரி போயிருந்தா no issues. But again, human mind, human emotions will not allow you to skip these kind of questions. ரெண்டு எலிமினேட் பண்ணிட்டோம்னாவே வந்து போ அப்படிங்கிற மாதிரி something will push you. Okay, it's up. So you will have to know how to balance it. அதில் எப்படி மேக்ஸிமைஸ் பண்ணி மார்க் எடுக்கிறது. ஏன்னா இங்கே தப்பாக இருக்கலாம், but the same kind of attempt in elsewhere could have actually fetched me marks also. So, but at least one thing for sure is, with my approach, with this kind of a time frame based approach, I wouldn't say it's my approach. It's anybody who would have studied NCERT would get this kind of an approach. Panini, எப்போ எந்த சாப்டரில் வந்தது பணினியை பற்றி எங்கே படிச்சிருக்கோம் அப்படின்னு யோசிச்சு பார்த்தீங்கன்னா யூ வில் கெட் அன் ஐடியா. ஓகே, அந்த மகாஜனபதாஸ் அந்த டைமில் யூ வில் பி ரீடிங் அபவுட் பணினி. மௌரியாஸை பற்றி எங்கே படித்தோம். ஸோ டைம் ஃப்ரேம் வந்து ஒத்து வர மாட்டேங்குது அப்படிங்கிறது. ஸோ திஸ் இஸ் ஹவ் யூ ஹவ் டு அப்ரோச். இதெல்லாம் வந்து டோன்ட் திங்க் யூ கேன் ரீட், யூ கேன் மாஸ்டர் தீஸ் கைண்ட் ஆஃப் கொஸ்டின்ஸ் பை மெமரைசேஷன். அது வந்து மக் அடிச்சு வர்ற மார்க்கு நமக்கு வேண்டாம் அப்படிங்கிறது வந்து ஃபர்ஸ்ட் வி ஷுட் பி கிளியர் அபவுட் திஸ் எக்ஸாம். ஏன்னா மக் அடிக்க முடியாது. That is the issue. It is only by using these kind of intelligent approaches you will be able to get your answers correct. Okay. Because this word Amarasimha I have never read in any of the NCERT. I don't remember reading from NCERTs. Maybe from some other NCERTs it could be. 10th, 11th, 12th NCERT ல இருந்து எதுவும் படிச்ச மாதிரி இல்லை. It could be from lower NCERTs. No idea. But UPSC நல்லா தேடி பார்த்தீங்கன்னா it would even be in some lower NCERTs. Maybe 8th NCERT, 9th NCERT, இதுலேயே ஒன்று இருக்கும். UPSC will only ask from NCERTs, these kind of factual issue questions. Okay, in the context of recent advances in human reproductive technology, pro-nuclear transfer. In human reproductive technology, okay, pro-nuclear transfer is used in pro-nuclear transfer. Very tough. I would just leave this question. Without a technical knowledge on this, all options are looking very similar, no? So இதெல்லாம் வந்து எழுதவே கூடாது. And I don't think this is something which you can master by reading current affairs regularly. If you're lucky, you may get it right, but high chances of getting it wrong. Okay. So do you guys believe me that you should not attend this question? இல்லை சாருக்கு தெரியலங்கிறதுனால வந்து எழுதக்கூடாதுன்னு சொல்கிறாரு. நம்ம படித்து மாஸ்டர் பண்ணிடலாம். you will not be able to get these kind of questions right unless you're a doctor or you have some interest in this field and you have really been spending a lot of time about this field. You'll be able to, and I'm very sure even all these kind of questions would not have been given in any of the compilations. அப்படியே வந்து விஷன் கம்பைலேஷன்ல ஒரு துண்டு பிட் நியூஸ் மாதிரி இங்கே கொடுத்துருந்தா கூட அதெல்லாம் ஞாபகம் இருக்குமா முதல்ல உங்களுக்கு? இருக்காது. So you cannot trust on compilations for handling these kind of questions. Okay, compilations can help to very negligible extent in your mains or analysis கொடுக்கிறது இல்ல pros cons points கொஞ்சம் extra கொடுக்கிறது. For that purpose it can be helpful, but not for prelims. This is a question which I should just skip. Attending is, it's like losing a mark here. With the present state of development, artificial intelligence can effectively do which of the following? This is correct. Meaningful short stories and songs, correct. 3 is right. 4 is right. 1, 2, 3, 4 will definitely be there. Okay, okay. D. Wireless, I don't even know. Wireless transmission of electric energy, I don't know whether it is even possible through AI, but options anyway, I don't have anything else. So I'll just go with. Okay, okay. But if they 1, 2, 3, 4 no option, I would have actually gone wrong. I would have thought that not possible. I would have just gone with first 4. So I'm just lucky here that there is no such option. But UPSC அந்த மாதிரி தான் பார்த்து கொடுத்துருப்பாங்க. Okay. Anyway, இந்த question எதுக்குன்னா, you should be at least able to know majority of these things are capable of AIங்கிறது தெரியணும் at least. Okay, someone who is least interested in science and the development of technology will not know about these things. Text to speech அப்படின்னா என்ன அப்படின்னே தெரியலன்னு வச்சுக்கோங்க. He will definitely not know how AI is used in this. Okay, meaningful short stories and songs. You should know about the potential of AI, how it is changing the world. அதெல்லாம் கொஞ்சம் இன்ட்ரெஸ்ட் இருந்ததுன்னா you would know all these 4 options are correct. Yes. So okay, this question can be, this is a current affairs question. இதுக்கெல்லாம் வந்து compilations are not useful here. This is just your interest whenever you come in newspaper across AI. அப்படியே ஏஐனா என்ன, லைஃப்ல எங்கெங்களை யூஸ் பண்றோம், ஜிமெயில் எப்படி இப்போ நம்ம டைப் பண்ணி முடிக்கிறதுக்குள்ள ஆட்டோமேட்டிக்காக ப்ரெடிக்ட் பண்ணி முடியுது, அப்படியே நடக்குது ஜிமெயிலில். Yes, so how is all that happening? If you're just curious about it, you will get that answer. You would have got that thought process correct for this question. Visible light communication. Okay, okay. இப்படி ஒரு கொஸ்டின் இருக்கு. I know only one VLC. Visible light communication uses electromagnetic spectrum wavelength 375 to 780 Newton meter. No idea. இதெல்லாம் core physics. How many of us will know the spectrum? UV எங்க வருது, IV எங்க, IR எங்க வருது, நடுவுல visible spectrum. So it's tough. Okay, let me look at the other question. Visible light communication is known as long range optical wireless communication. 3 is definitely correct. Bluetooth is the slowest. அதை விட இதெல்லாம் ஃபாஸ்ட்டாக தான் இருக்கும், அது சொல்லலாமா? ஸோ லெட்ஸ் கோ வித் 3 as the correct answer. ஸோ இதை எலிமினேட் பண்ணிடலாம். 1, 2, 3, 1, 3, 4, 2, 3, 4. Okay. VLC has no electromagnetic interference. Its light spectrum is the electromagnetic spectrum. Correct? Light is the electromagnetic spectrum. If it's electromagnetic spectrum, it can definitely be interfered by electromagnetic field. அப்போ 4 வராது. That would be my thought process. Okay. No, VLC has no electromagnetic interference. Three for sure. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 1, 3, 4, 2, 3, 4. So 2, 3, 4. 1, 3, 4ங்களா? Long range வராது. Okay, short range. Okay. Yes, maybe something else should have been. ஆமா, மிடில் வரும். பட் இந்த ரேஞ்சில் உங்களுக்கு தெரியுமான்னு கேட்குறேன். 3, 7. Okay, optional 2, yes, of course. VLC is known as long range optical wireless. Okay, அது தெரிஞ்சிருக்கணும் உங்களுக்கு. ஆமா, கரெக்ட். So this is, sorry, all the options are true. அதான் 2 eliminate பண்ணிட்டீங்கன்னா you get that answer right. Yes, you should be in a position to eliminate 2. But are you in a position to eliminate 2? அப்படின்னு தான் question. Oh, okay. Visible light can't be of long range. Why not? Sunlight is reaching your eyes. So it is long range, right? Okay, fine. If you would have been capable of finding the answer correct, it's okay. You can do that. My way of thinking is I can only think of 3 as the correct answer. 3 மட்டும் correct தான் எனக்கு தெரியும். So with that I am able to get only 3 options. After that I'm not sure with anything. So better I would be skipping this question 39. Okay, maybe unless you're an EC student or you know about the correctness of any of the statements. Okay, because this statement I would have gone as a correct answer. Long range optical wireless na ஏன் பண்ண முடியாது, சன்ல இருந்து இங்க வரைக்கும் வருது அப்படிங்கிறப்ப naturally visible light could be possible, it could be harnessed, would be my mind of how it would think. Okay, so this question I would have essentially skipped. I'm just trying to make an attempt here before you to think to find out if there is any pattern, but essentially because I know only one option, I would just skip this question. Because anyway in this page I got one question right. 2 question கரெக்டா வந்தாங்கன்னா போதும். 4 questionல 2 questions if you are getting right, that is a good enough score to clear and go further. Okay, blockchain, okay, first is correct. Structure and design is such that all data in it are about cryptocurrency only. Second is wrong. Depend on basic features of blockchain can be developed. 1 is right, 2 should not be there. D. D. That's all. Easy to identify the answer. Okay. It's not just about cryptocurrency only. Okay, cryptocurrency utilizes blockchain technology. Okay, blockchain or so this is something which I can get it right. This correct. 38 and 40 I'm getting it right. This I'll skip. This also I'll skip. So out of 4 questions I'm getting 4 marks, which is good. Which is good enough. In the rate maintain பண்ணிட்டு போனா கூட it will be better. And there will be areas where I would have enjoyed a complete advantage. Polity questions, நிறைய history questions அங்கலாம். Okay. So you should know what to skip. Okay, carbon nanotubes. Okay, see இதெல்லாமே வந்து these are basic science questions. These are not I'm not saying basic science means it's the questions which you would have studied in school. அப்படி சொல்ல வரல. Carbon nanotube nobody would have studied in schools. But what I'm saying is இதெல்லாம் பேப்பர்ல எங்கேயாவது வரும். ஹிந்துல வரும்போது உடனே நம்ம கொஞ்சம் ப்ரௌஸ் பண்ணி பார்க்கணும். கூகுள் வாட் இஸ் கார்பன் நானோடியூப், வாட் இஸ் இட், அது எப்படி இருக்கு பார்க்கறதுக்கு, எங்கெங்கெல்லாம் யூஸ் பண்றாங்க. So that curiosity is what is actually required. This curiosity cannot be acquired by memorizing from compilations. You would have read from paper, browsed it all fine, and when you revise from compilation you would be coming across it. You cannot say that you are learning from the compilation. You have already learned from the paper, you are just revising from the compilation. Okay, if you are doing your first learning from compilation, you cannot retain things in your mind. Carriers of drugs, okay, they can be made into artificial blood capillaries. Yeah, I can think that, why not? Biochemical sensors, of course, graphene, carbon nanotube is made of graphene. Graphene is a good conducting material. So adum varum. 1, 2, 3 is correct, and I think see mostly it is all related to carriers of drugs in body. Artificial blood capillary la use பண்ணலாம்ங்கிறது கரெக்ட்டா வரும்போது degradable கரெக்ட்டா தான் வருமோ அப்படிங்க மாதிரி நினைச்சா I would just go with 1, 2, 3, 4. Is it correct? 41. It's common sense. Even if you do not know much deeper about whether it is biodegradable or not, எனக்கு தெரியாது போறீங்க. But I know that if it is used in human bodies, it should be something which can be accepted by the body or something like that. Okay, I'm just using some common sense and going with 1, 2. I know 1, 2, 3 is coming correct in the answers because I know the property of carbon nanotube. It's graphene. Graphene is highly conducting. So 3 is correct. 3 is there in these 3 options, and 1, 2 also seems to be correct in my scheme of things. அப்படின்னு பார்க்கும்போது 1, 2, 3, 4, that's all. So at the present level, which of the above activities can be successfully carried out by using drones? Okay, first is right. Second ஏன் பண்ண முடியாது, கண்டிப்பா பண்ணலாம். 1 and 2 should be there. A or D. Collecting breath samples from spouting whales for DNA analysis. இருக்குமோ நம்ம அதனால தான் வந்து கரெக்டா specifically they have brought out this whale and all these analysis. Maybe 1, 2, 3. Correct? D. Yes. I'm sure all of you would have also got this correct. Correct? You could have also got it right. Simple question. I don't think இதெல்லாம் வந்து படிச்சு தான் தெரியுமா. ட்ரோன் பறக்கும்போது கண்டிப்பா பெஸ்டிசைட் போட முடியும். Craters of volcanoes போறது வந்து ரொம்ப கஷ்டம். அதனால you send a drone. 1 and 2 you know that it is correct. So this collecting breath samples from spouting whales for DNA analysis, it just means breath sample தானே, என்ன கொஞ்சம் ஒரு remote distanceல இருந்து you're collecting some air, that's all. Why not possible? Should be possible. So 1 2 3, that's all. Yes, I will just leave this question, no idea about it. Okay, so evolved Lisa Pathfinder experiment will employ a trio of spacecraft flying in formation in the shape of an equilateral triangle that has sides 1 million kilometers long with lasers shining between the craft. Okay.
So this will be very scientific.
No. Even if you study science and tech, it is not possible unless you know. This is actually a very tricky question. It is not as simple as what is the name of the probe that is launched by the Gulf countries into Mars? Mars or Moon? I think Moon. What is the name of the probe? Al-Amal, which means hope. Correct. அது வந்து you will be able to recollect. But in the fact எல்லாம் வந்து and UPSC knows that you will make a random attempt. இதில் என்ன ப்ராப்ளம்னா, I think the correct answer for this is evolved Lisa. I think evolved Lisa. Why I know this is because not because I know this, because someone had discussed with me about this. என்னன்னா evolved லீசாக்கும் ஒரு distance வந்து it is in that 1 million kilometers long ஒன்று, இன்னொன்று வந்து some 5 million kilometers long. So UPSC is actually testing whether you are factually correct or not. இல்லை சும்மா அடிச்சு விடுவியா லீசாங்கிற பேர் வச்சுட்டு, இல்லை do you really know the difference between Lisa and Elisa? ரெண்டுக்கு வித்தியாசம் தெரியுமா அப்படிங்கிறது. So there is a possibility of going wrong. So I should what should I do? Okay, I have no idea about it. Better I leave it and go to the next question. Okay. இந்த மாதிரி questions are these are the areas where you can actually score marks. இந்த மாதிரி complete factual இதில் எங்க வேணாலும் twist இருக்கும். கரெக்டா? So much data. Wherever UPSC wants, they can make a person go wrong in these kind of questions. Better to avoid these kind of questions. Genetic changes can be introduced in cells that produce eggs or sperms of a prospective parent. Yes, why not? The radiationலாம் பட்டு நிறைய பேருக்கு வந்து they lose their the children who are born not in a healthy manner. கரெக்டா? அதெல்லாம் எதனாலனா people become affected because of radiation. So gene level there some changes have actually happened. So I might think and go one is correct. A person's genome can be edited before the birth at the early embryonic stage. Yes, why not? The gene editing வேலையை தானே, producing smart baby, designer baby, இதெல்லாம் 1 and 2 okay. Human induced pluripotent stem cells can be injected in the embryo of a pig. Okay, 1 2 correct. Okay, 1 2 3. So you have to get it right. Okay, இதெல்லாம் கரெக்டா தப்பான. See you but actually this process, human induced pluripotent stem cell, எதுக்கு நான் injected into the embryo of the pig? Basically what you're doing is you're multiplying the number of stem cells. அந்த embryo வளர வச்சு that stem cells count is going to actually increase. That is what is you're achieving. But even if you do not know this, these two definitely would have read in your science and tech classes or ஏதோ படிக்கிறதோ பேப்பரில் படிக்கிறது, அந்த gene babies, designer babies, super babies, இந்த கான்செப்ட்ஸ் எல்லாம் படிக்கும் போது definitely you will know that this is something which is possible. இது வந்து naturally common sense. அந்த மாதிரிலாம் குழந்தைங்க வந்து குறைபாடுகளோட பிறக்கிறாங்க. People are born with disabilities. For those people who are affected because of nuclear explosions in Hiroshima and Nagasaki, இதெல்லாம் இங்கே படிச்சிருப்போம். You will be able to associate and get it correct. So you have highly rewarding questions here. This is one rewarding question, this is another rewarding question, this is another rewarding question. So don't negate the positive benefits of these questions by attending this question. அப்படியே மறந்துட்டு போயிட வேண்டியது. Fine. Is it good enough? So we'll stop here. Understand science and tech questions, current affairs related questions, you cannot get them right just by studying from sources. You have to be, what do I say, presence of mind, common sense and some logic. The moon irundhuchna you will get these kind of questions right throughout your answer paper. Okay, it's only for history. அதனால கரண்ட் அஃபேர்ஸ் எல்லாம் படிக்கிறதுல டைம் வேஸ்ட் பண்ணிருக்காதீங்க. டோன்ட் வேஸ்ட் டைம் ஸ்பெண்ட் ஆன் கரண்ட் அஃபேர்ஸ். கவர்மெண்ட் ஸ்கீமாக உட்காந்து மக் அடிக்கிறது, டோன்ட் டூ தட். இந்தியா புக் எடுத்து வச்சு மனப்படம் பண்ணுறது, டோன்ட் டூ எனி ஆஃப் தீஸ் திங்ஸ். அதெல்லாம் வரணும்னு இருந்தால் வந்துடும் நமக்கு இங்கே. Okay, as I told you, presence of mind and common sense and logic will help you crack these kind of questions. Where these three aspects alone will not be sufficient is polity and history. அதனால அதுக்கு மட்டும்தான் வந்து you have to keep on practicing, going back to your textbooks. Okay, I'll stop here. We'll take a break, and after the break, we'll restart. We'll resume with our polity session. Okay. What about online students? Can we stop here? I hope you have got an idea. You have got an idea about what needs to be focused for this exam. Yes. Okay. All right. So இது வரைக்குமே கவுண்ட் பண்ணி பார்க்கலாமா? So if you count it, I'm sure the numbers would be decent enough. எவ்வளோ கரெக்டாக வந்தது, எவ்வளோ பிரிட் போயிருக்கும் அப்படின்னு பார்த்தா it's good enough to crack. That's what I can say. All right. Take a break, 15 minutes, and we'll meet after that. Okay. Okay, as a part of our discussion on Union Executive, we will discuss about a group of people called as Council of Ministers. So, who are they? And what is their relationship with the president? Okay, we will just go straight to Constitution and find out. What is given here? There shall be a council of ministers with the prime minister at head to aid and advise the president, who shall, in exercise of his functions, act in accordance with such advice. Okay, பார்த்துக்கோங்க மற்றதையும். There's something called as 3. இங்கே 3 number இருக்கா? So we have to look at the footnote here. Substituted by Constitution 42nd Amendment Act 1976. 42nd Amendment 1976 had made some changes. அது என்னன்னா, these words were actually added. Who shall, in exercise of his functions, act in accordance with such advice. அப்படிங்கிறது முன்னாடி கான்ஸ்டியூஷன்ல கிடையாது. In the original constitution, that phrase was not there, which was later added during 42nd Amendment Act 1976. Who was the president, prime minister then? Indira Gandhi. Authoritarian. She wanted to make sure that the president becomes subservient. So she tries to add this kind of a phrase. Otherwise, there was no need to have such kind of a change. So earlier the constitution was only till here. There shall be a council of ministers with the prime minister at the head to aid and advise the president. Indira Gandhi's period, this remaining part was added. இது எப்போ நடந்துச்சுன்னா, provided that the president may require the council of ministers to reconsider such advice, and the president shall act in accordance with the advice tendered after such reconsideration. So this was added when inserted by Constitution 44th Amendment Act 1978. So who could have been the prime minister then? It was not Indira Gandhi, because we will discuss it later when we discuss about emergency provisions. At that time you will come to understand about the significance of 1977 elections. 1977 election, for the first time Congress was defeated in the center. Janata Party forms a government. So அதை வச்சு நீங்கள் யோசிக்கலாம். Okay, 1977 to 1980 was Janata Party rule, and the purpose of, during emergency only you will come to understand the significance of 44th Constitutional Amendment Act. A lot of negativities, a lot of authoritarian tendencies in the constitution that was introduced during Indira Gandhi's period would all be nullified during Morarji Desai's period. That's because Morarji Desai and Janata Party contests election with the manifesto, with the promise that once we come back, we will undo all the damage that Indira Gandhi had done during her tenure. கொடுத்துட்டு போறதுனால வந்தோன்னா they will make a lot of changes to the constitution, and 44th Amendment Act is the means to do those, to bring out many changes. Okay, இது பண்ணும்போது they are adding one safeguard, that is, if the president does not like the advice, he can still ask the council to once again think about the advice. Okay, and other this question, I mean, if no minister, no home minister or a council of minister, nobody can go to the court and say president is not following my advice. I gave another advice, he is doing something else. Nothing. Okay. So Article 74 talks about this. Let me say, president shall act but please understand, this does not mean that okay, let me ask you a different question. So does it mean that in India we only have a rubber stamp as a president? So you say no. Does it mean that the president is not bound to act on the aid and advice? He is not. Lakshmikant way of mentioning about this topic is not actually correct. Lakshmikant, it will be written, president can send the advice once for reconsideration. Adukapro, he has to just act on whatever the council of ministers say. Okay. A president has been kept in such a high constitutional office and position because council of ministers cannot be trusted. Let the president in an office, no, just have the prime minister and go away. Why do you have to have president as a separate authority? And even when you look at the oath that is taken by the president and you compare it with the oath taken by the prime minister, the oath will be very different. It is only president who has the what do we say, a point in the oath. Presidential oath la point to protect and defend the constitution. Prime minister's oath will not have such a provision. That is, from whom is the president supposed to protect and defend? From whom? From whom is the president? President takes an oath saying that I will protect and defend. From whom? From the constitution, pa. It's not about I will protect the country. No, I'll protect the constitution and its values. From? Yes, very correct. Ruling government. It is a government only which will destroy the values of the constitution. The president has to safeguard the constitution. If that is the case, should the president be subservient to the wishes of the ruling government? He cannot be. Okay. He shall act in accordance. It doesn't mean that council of ministers aid and advice is binding. Use Lakshmikant would have used that word. Advice is binding on the president. Nothing can bind a president. President is the constitutionally recognized head of the executive. Prime Minister, Council of Ministers, they are all just advisory bodies. All they can do is give an advice to the president. Whatever action is taken in the name of the president only. Okay. So don't never think that in India, just because we have these provision in Article 74, it means that the president is a rubber stamp. He is completely bound by the aid and advice of Council of Ministers. We do not have such a situation. That would be a wrong way of interpretation. Even though Indira Gandhi, see, the reason why Indira Gandhi had added these provisions is, before that, the president and prime minister were always at conflict with each other. I don't know, president and prime minister. If you actually look at that, Jawaharlal Nehru was the prime minister and Rajendra Prasad was the president. Both of them were equally tall leaders of Indian national movement. Even Rajendra Prasad is not inferior to Nehru in any way. In fact, he was the president of the Constituent Assembly itself. Okay, so Rajendra Prasad, until then, he had an idea that president is the most powerful person. Okay, and moreover, it was not the intention of the constitution makers to make the president subservient to the council of ministers or anything, first of all. Okay, and the conflict between president and prime minister was very obvious at many circumstances. Jawaharlal Nehru so do you know Somnath temple? Do we have Somnath temple today? Yes or no? Yes or no? We have. Why? It was good. It was rebuilt. Gori had come, Ghazni had come and demolished it. When Sardar Patel, after independence, it was rebuilt. Okay, it was rebuilt, and Jawaharlal Nehru had avoided going to the ceremony because Nehru was a strong secular person. He did not like mixing politics and religion. He felt that the head of the government should also seem to be completely secular. He had his opinion. Rajendra Prasad is a very spiritual person, very religious man. So Nehru gave an advice to Rajendra Prasad. Please don't go, avoid that function. It would send a wrong message to the minorities. Rajendra Prasad just disobeyed and he went. Okay, in the Mari Pala conflicts, so Jawaharlal Nehru the president will not listen to. So this issue was going on, and in fact, second time for re-election of Rajendra Prasad, Jawaharlal Nehru tried hard to prevent his re-election. Rajendra Prasad became second time president also. Jawaharlal Nehru thought that this time we should have a president from South India. North India dominate. He created a story. The reason is because he did not like Rajendra Prasad. He is using politics to avoid Rajendra Prasad's re-election once again. What I'm trying to point out is there is always a conflict relationship existing between the president and the prime minister. Okay, இப்படியே போயிட்டு இருந்தா it was not healthy for the democracy. So that is why Indira Gandhi wanted to make sure, at least on paper in constitution, don't think the president, you cannot act on your own. Whatever you act should be on the basis of an advice that we have given. And advice நீ கேட்கறதுங்கிறது that's different. But don't think you can take any actions on our own without even consulting us. That is not possible. That is the intention behind this. It doesn't mean that president is brought down as a servant of the prime minister. No. Okay. This is more to prevent the president from taking anything on his own, rather than saying it is to limit the powers of the president. Okay. It is to make sure president's decisions reflect the aspirations of the people. And the president is not the person who can actually reflect aspirations, because he is not from the people. He is not elected from the people themselves. So that is why this provision is there, so as to prevent the president from acting unilaterally on administrative matters. He has to consult. After that, it is up to him. Okay. But enna, anybody who becomes a president is also conscious and aware of the fact that he is not a popularly elected person. So he himself would not do things unilaterally. Okay, it's a kind of a self-restraint which has been shown by our presidents. They would unnecessarily not interfere with the administrator. It is only when the elected government goes beyond a limit. Okay, so Indian government army is launched against its own citizens. அப்படிங்கிற மாதிரி ஆச்சுன்னு வச்சுக்கோங்க. At that time, the president will step in. He will step in and he will dismiss the council of ministers. So it is only to, it's a kind of a check and balance again. Yes, he will listen to the council, but don't expect him to listen to everything that you say. When you do illegal acts, or when you think you can completely destroy democracy, the president is not expected to just be a rubber stamp for the council. He should act, he should put his foot down, and he should stand strong so as to defend and protect the constitution. That is because that is his duty, that is his oath that he has taken to the constitution. Okay, so never think president should not act on his own. Before any action, he should first consult. And if they have given an advice, you should, அதாவது என்ன சொல்ல வரேன்னா, council of ministers will give you opt for option. See, there are 3 course of action, 1, 2, 3. இந்த மூணுல ஏதாவது ஒன்று பண்ணிக்கோங்க அப்படிங்கிறது தான். மூணே ஒத்துக்க மாட்டேன், I will do my own 4th course of action. That should not be done. It is for that purpose we have this kind of a provision. All right. So let's be clear about president. Never think, never underestimate the Indian president. Okay. Next, we'll look into the body called as council of ministers. This is the relationship between president and council. What does the constitution talk about this body called as council of ministers? Who can become the council of ministers? Let's say, no, not for this, as a continuity of the previous article, Narendra Modi has lost his no confidence motion in the house. And he is saying that don't dismiss my council of ministers. So do you think the president is just bound? No, he is not. Okay, he can take his actions. Okay, moving on to article 75. Prime minister shall be appointed by the president, and other ministers shall be appointed by president on the advice of prime minister. Okay, the total number of ministers including prime minister shall not exceed 15% the total number of members of the house. Did I discuss it yesterday? Was it for this batch? Anti-defection or last class nadathanala sonna ungalku that 15% cap was fixed. Illati earlier the reward for jumping from one party to the other was give them more and more ministries. So that was actually avoided by this, by what amendment act? Yes, 91st Amendment Act. Look at this. 91st Amendment Act 2003 had introduced this in the constitution. Total number of ministers including prime minister in the council shall not exceed 15% of the Lok Sabha's total membership. Okay, this was inserted. Okay, this one, did I discuss yesterday? No, 91st Amendment added one more thing also. What was that? Once you are disqualified, can you immediately become a minister? No. What should you do? People hold elections. After winning elections, maybe after that you can become a minister. And did I tell you why that was actually introduced? Because as a correct. So that is why this provision was there. So please listen. So what does it mean? It means that maybe others, those who are not disqualified, can even become ministers without even becoming a member of the house. Correct? Yes? Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Yes. A minister who for any period of 6 months is not a member of either house of the parliament shall at the expiration of that period cease to be a minister. That is, anybody can be a minister even though he is not a member of Lok Sabha or Rajya Sabha for a maximum period of 6 months. Do you know why this provision is kept here in the constitution? Any idea why this provision is kept? No, 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 no. I'll tell you. This is a tough question. I'll explain to you. 16th Lok Sabha is from 2014 to 2019. 17th Lok Sabha is from 2019 to 2024. Let's assume 2019 to 2000. In 2022, Narendra Modi's government falls down. Hypothetically, people from BJP have joined Congress. Narendra Modi government has fallen down. So, what will happen is the president will look for alternative group of ministers. He will invite Rahul Gandhi. Mr. Rahul Gandhi, please command numbers and form a government. Rahul Gandhi says, I don't even have 50 people with me, so I am not able to form government. President will look at others. Finally, no government is formed. So what will the president do? He will dissolve. He will dismiss the council of ministers. He will dissolve the entire Lok Sabha. Once it is done, within how many days should fresh elections be held? 6 months. Within 6 months, after dissolution, the house has to be reconstituted. Correct? You have a maximum period of 6 months. So, in the period, does it mean president will not have any council of ministers? What if Pakistan comes and attacks India? Who will take care of the government then? You need to have a government. Even though the house may be dissolved, there will still be an executive. Because law-making function can be postponed, but day-to-day administrative functions cannot be postponed. Correct? Now you should always have a team of executive. Right? It is that executive. So how can you have that executive? That is, anybody, that is, house is dissolved. So even without being a member of the house, you can still be a council of minister. Then you can have an executive in this period of 6 months. That is why we have this provision in the constitution. Any member, even being without a member of any of the house, can be a member, can be a minister up to a maximum period of 6 months. It is because this is the 6-month period. Within 6 months, anyway, elections will be held and he will come back as a minister. It is to accommodate this necessity, we have this provision. Purida? Right. So this is available for everybody else apart from the members who have been disqualified. For those people, they cannot actually continue as a ministers once they are disqualified. They have to get themselves elected back to the house. After that, they can be given ministerships. All right. And look at these two statements. The ministers shall hold office during the pleasure of the president. Council of ministers shall be collectively responsible to the house of the people. Okay. First, we'll discuss about a concept called as collective responsibility. So what is the meaning of this word, collective responsibility? What does this actually mean? Any answers? All the organs. Organs means executive, judiciary and legislature. They are called as organs. Okay, responsibility as a group. Collective responsibility. Responsibility as a group. Okay. What does the constitution say? The council of ministers are collectively responsible to the Lok Sabha. the reason why we have that provision is President should not arbitrarily dismiss the Council of Ministers. Okay, இந்த ஸ்டேட்மெண்ட் அப்படின்னா என்னன்னா கலெக்டிவ் ரெஸ்பான்சிபிலிட்டி லோக்சபானா unless the Council of Ministers, as long as they satisfy people's representatives in Lok Sabha, President cannot dismiss the Council of Ministers. This is a check on the President's power to arbitrarily dismiss a Council of Ministers. As long as they enjoy the support of Lok Sabha, he cannot dismiss. That is why it's given Council of Ministers are collectively responsible to Lok Sabha. But இதே ministers, each and every minister individually, அங்கடி போட்டிருப்பாங்க பார்த்தீங்கன்னா in the previous clause, what is given? Ministers are individually responsible to the President அப்படின்னு கொடுத்திருப்பாங்க. That is, President at his own discretion, at his own pleasure can change ministers. Okay. So basically collective responsibility should be interpreted in two ways. One is this Constitution has made that Council of Ministers to be collectively responsible to Lok Sabha. That is, it is to ensure that a president dismisses a council only after it has lost the support of Lok Sabha first. It's a safeguard, it's a protective mechanism for Council of Ministers. Next way of understanding it is no decision should be taken as a one man's decision. India is, we don't give importance to individualism. அதெல்லாம் வந்து US ஓட வச்சுக்கோங்க. In US it is presidential system, one man can run the government. But in India it's not a presidential system, it's a parliamentary system. Parliamentary system means you have to interact, you have to, each decision should be an inclusive decision. Okay, so the reason why which one is known for its efficiency? Is it presidential system or is it parliamentary system? No. It's presidential system which is known for its swift decision making. Parliamentary process. So did I discuss to you about the basics of parliamentary system, parliamentary form of government? Why did Indians go for parliamentary form of government? More responsibility, more accountability, more check and balance. You are putting a speed breaker here and there. Naturally the speed of the government comes down. But that is a conscious choice that we had made. We had given more importance to accountability and responsibility over swiftness of decision making. That is because Indian context requires more checks and balances on the executive. So எப்படி பண்ணலாம்னா, so again collective responsibility in Indian parliamentary setup, it means that any decision should not be a sole individual decision. Narendra Modi suddenly gets a brainy idea, I have demonetization 2.0, I'm going to implement. Okay, he goes to the president and says, advice, I have 2.0, India 50 days, give me 50 days. Last time 50 days, in the time give me 25 days. If I don't abolish corruption, you can burn me at stake. He goes to the president. President says, no, Mr. Modi, first go and discuss with the entire team of ministers. Let them all accept to this decision. And then come to me, I'll direct my officers. Okay. So this is what is actually achieved by collective responsibility. It should be a group decision. Everybody should share the blame. Everybody should share the success. It's not a one-man show like US, what actually happens in India, right? So, to have a group decision making, you should have members who would work in groups, right? அதில் ஒரே ஒரு மினிஸ்டர் மட்டும் இல்லை நான் இட்ஸ் ஐதர் மை வே ஆர் த ஹைவே, வாட் ஐ சூஸ் இஸ் கரெக்ட், ஹூ ஆர் யூ டு கொஸ்டின் மீ, இப்படி பேசிட்டு இருந்தாருன்னு வச்சுக்கோங்க ஒரு மினிஸ்டர் குரூப்பில், அமித்ஷா இப்படி பேசிட்டு இருக்காருன்னா, கேன் த கான்செப்ட் ஆஃப் collective responsibility exist in such an environment? It means that that minister has to be chased out, correct? So that is why we have the other provision in the constitution which says ministers are individually responsible to the president. If the president feels that this minister is not following the system of collective responsibility, groupல வந்து வேலை செய்ய மாட்டேங்கிறாரு அப்படின்னு நினைச்சாருன்னா, he should be at his choice, freedom to throw that minister out. Okay, it is by enforcing individual responsibility, collective responsibility in the parliament can be achieved, right? So this is all about collective responsibility and individual responsibility. Basically collective responsibility, it is about consensus rather than having a, what do I say, having a single-minded approach. It's more about first satisfying the entire group about the utility of a scheme or a program. If they all accept to that, it is fine. Otherwise the program itself will not be implemented. And if they all accept to that, it also means that they all accept to its success or failures. All of them are ready to share the blame. So when all of them are ready to share the blame means all of them will be ready to step down if the program is a failure. Correct? It is for all these purposes we have the concept called as collective responsibility. And moreover, collective responsibility at Lok Sabha means president cannot arbitrarily remove unless the council of ministers enjoy the support of members of Lok Sabha. It's only when they lose their support in Lok Sabha, then the president can dismiss the council of ministers. Okay, this is the difference between individual responsibility and collective responsibility. So, yes, just give me a minute. Okay, why is the TV off? TV. I'll also give you another point to highlight why you should not think Indian president is just a rubber stamp like a British monarch. British, which institution is considered to be the most supreme in Britain? Parliament. We have the concept called as parliamentary sovereignty in Britain. Correct? So one of the statement that captures the power of British Parliament is given in Lakshmikant. And the commentary மாதிரி கொடுத்திருப்பாங்க. என்ன கொடுத்திருப்பாங்கன்னா, the British Parliament is so powerful that it can do anything except change a man into a woman and women into a man. அப்படின்னா, it is so powerful that it can do anything except the act of nature. Right? So that actually signifies the importance of British Parliament as an institution. So on the system, if you look at the evolution of British parliamentary system, the parliament slowly had taken out the power of the monarch. Finally parliament became the most powerful institution. Monarch became the totally powerless character in Britain. In Britain, we have a concept called as king can do no wrong. That is given in Lakshmikant also, if you would have read it. Have you guys come across this phrase in Lakshmikant? Did you read this collective responsibility, council of ministers? Did you come across this phrase called as the king can do no wrong? Have you encountered it? So what does it mean? The king can do no wrong. It applies to British system, but it does not apply to the Indian system. The reason is, in Britain, the head of the executive, the monarch, is a permanent position. It's a constitution. It's a hereditary position. You can never replace who the head of the executive will be. Correct? Even there, the head of the executive is the constitutional monarch. மாறவே முடியாதுல்ல. Monarch, his daughters, his same line of succession will actually follow. So what does it mean? The king can do no wrong. It means that if they are totally not replaceable, so then just dummify them completely. If they make a mistake, you should be able to remove them. Or if the position is such that they can never be removed, it means that they should be completely powerless, just an image and nothing else. So that is why all powers had been taken in the hands of the British Parliament and the Council of Ministers. There, the Council of Ministers are the supreme. So that is why each and every decision of the king, of the monarch in Britain, has to be once again countersigned by the minister. So I am signing something. If I have a countersigning authority, it means that there is somebody else who is even more powerful than me. Correct? So that is the philosophy in British system. So king is a titular image and nothing more than that. All powers has been stripped away from the monarch in Britain. But in India, this phrase king can do no wrong will not even apply, because we have the process called as impeachment process of Indian president. அப்போ remove பண்ண முடியும் அப்படின்னா, if he is completely subservient to the aid and advice of Council of Ministers, why should we remove him? Because it is not his action only in the first place. It is the action of the Council of Ministers. Why should we make him accountable? அவருக்கு no சொல்ற பவரே இல்லைன்னா, is it fair to make him accountable for the advice that these people have given? அப்படி இல்லை system India. In India, we are able to remove him. அப்படின்னா, it means that he is capable of doing something wrong, which might even be against the interest of the Council of Ministers. So it means that in India, don't assume that Indian president is just like a British monarch. He is just subservient to the Council of Ministers. Even though you have this wording in Article 74, he shall act in accordance. Acting in accordance doesn't mean that he is bound to just obey whatever the Council of Ministers say. Okay, so this is a phrase that will come across in your book. King can do no wrong. What is that? You'll get really confused. The way it's given, Lakshmikant is not also convincing. Idan argument. The argument is in Britain the king can do no wrong because every power has been taken. எல்லாத்தையும் எடுத்ததுக்கு அப்புறம் நீ தப்பு பண்ணிட்டேன்னு சொன்னா ஏன்னா எதுவுமே பண்ண முடியாதுல்ல முதல்ல. Correct? So that is why in Britain this phrase will apply. But in India this phrase will not actually apply. Indian president is capable of doing wrong because he is capable of acting in his autonomy. He is not completely powerless as in the case of British monarch. It's just a kind of a respect that is given to the institution. Entire British people will come in support of the king because they feel that it is because of this authority, this family, we have survived for 800,000 years against every onslaught that had happened against us. So it's a kind of a ceremonial respect as a memory of that institution that they still continue to bear the expense of the royal monarchy. Only titular, nothing more than that. That's all. It's a part of their culture. They see it as an emblem of their survival struggles and whatever good happened in England. And it's a gift of British people to the monarchy. In Europe, everywhere else you see monarchy most probably will be demolished. It's because those monarchs were autocratic. They refused to share power with the people. But in Britain, what you had is enlightened monarchy. Monarchy itself said that the power should not be in our hands, it should be in your hands. They started giving out powers. In Britain, power was captured from monarchy by force, French Revolution. Adala, people are thankful towards the British monarchy, so they would still want the institution to endure. Sir, why president didn't take any decision about farm laws since lack of farmers are still in protest after 100 days? So what? So what if lakhs of farmers are protest even after 100 days? Let them protest. They are just Punjabi farmers who are protesting. Maybe the bill is good for every other farmers. So it's a political question that you're asking. So there's no answer for it. The president has felt that the farm laws are good. Just because one group of farmers are protesting, it doesn't mean that the farm laws are not good or it is. See, the goodness or the what do I say? How good an act is or not will be decided by the people in the ballot box. It's not a call to be taken by the president. President can only refuse to sign if feels that it is completely anti-constitutional. Okay, farm laws is not anti-constitutional or unconstitutional or anything. Okay, just that some people have concerns. Always, you cannot satisfy all groups of people all the time. Okay, there will always be voices of opposition. That is what is actually happening. Okay, you cannot blame Ramnath Kovind for that. So, this is it about Council of Ministers. Okay. Attorney General we will discuss later. It's nothing. Much in the topic. We will discuss it later. Okay. Another aspect that I have to talk about is a concept called as cabinet. We will also discuss about that. Because parliamentary form of government is also called as a cabinet form of government. So you should actually know what is a cabinet and how does it actually function. See, what can be the maximum size of Council of Ministers? It comes to around 80. So does it mean that each and every decision has to be taken by 80 people? 80 people உட்கார்ந்து ஒரு decision எடுத்துட்டு இருந்தா will it be practically possible to take any decision? It will not be. Okay, so that is why Council of Ministers is too big a body to be actually involved in policy making, decision making. That is why we need to break this body into smaller parts. Not all decisions require all 80 members to be taken into consensus each time. So president has made this allocation of business rules. Okay, what has he said? He says, as I told you, similar functions I mean, the nature is similar. They are all grouped into one ministry, correct? Sonuna, can you mix welfare of transgenders and internal security as one department? Not possible, right? There has to be some similarity in functions. So that is why we have different ministries which have come into existence. So what are those ministries? We have a home ministry, we have finance ministry, we have defense ministry, etc. Why do you think in your college you have, for each department you have a HOD, you have associate professor, you have assistant professors? All of them are PhD holders. But why do you have to have this kind of a distinction?
Because of the
Seniority. And what about their functions? HOD will come and take class for first year students? No. Only important subjects, customer subject, only those subjects he will come and take classes, right? Same is the logic. Even for each ministries also, you will have different categories of ministers. You will not have just so different categories because of their seniority and because of the specialization and the nature of functions that they perform. There will be different categories. So basically, there are 3 categories of ministers. These are not given in the constitution. Okay, whatever I'm discussing now about cabinet, the council of ministers or constitutional provisions are over. This issue about decision making, about cabinet system, this is not given in the constitution. So this 3 categories of ministers is given. 15% cap is based on Lok Sabha. 3 categories. It's based out of an act which is called as Salaries and Allowances of Ministers Act. இன்னொரு act. அதில் வந்து கொடுத்துருப்பாங்க, a minister who is cabinet rank minister, a minister who enjoys the rank of deputy minister, a minister who enjoys the rank of minister of state with independent charge. அவங்களுக்கு இவ்வளோ சம்பளம், இவங்களுக்கு இவ்வளோ பெரிய 4 BHK house, 3 BHK house, 2 BHK house, இந்த மாதிரி அலவன்சஸ் இவ்வளோ அது to demarcate rank and position among the council of ministers and to discuss and to lay down what would be their salaries and allowances, we have a separate act of parliament which is called as Salaries and Allowances of Ministers Act. Okay, on the act a 3-fold classification of ministers has been made. Okay, what are those 3-fold classification of ministers? One is what is called as ministers of cabinet rank, cabinet ministers. They are the senior most ministers, which is equal to your HOD. Okay, the next will be the minister of state with an independent charge. Third category of ministers are who are called as deputy ministers. So now the president has decided that please listen, each of these ministries should be headed by a cabinet minister. Each ministry should be cabinet minister for home, cabinet minister for finance. The HOD equal minister, they will be heading each and every department, who are called as cabinet ministers. This deputy minister, okay, before that let me first give you a structure of the ministry. You have a minister as the head of each ministry, home minister. Under him you have who is called as home secretary. He is a bureaucrat, IAS officer, senior most IAS officer. Then under him you will have joint secretary. Under him you will have a deputy secretary, additional assistant secretary. Then you have a section officer. SSC exam எழுதுனா you will first go and join as an assistant section officer. IAS exam எழுதி பாஸ் பண்ணீங்கன்னா you will go and join as a deputy secretary. From here you can climb slowly. Okay, so a file will start from this level. Assistant section officer is the place who starts the file. What is the question? The question is fund allotment for purchase of military dress for CRPF personnel. CRPF comes under Home Ministry. So அவங்களுக்கு வந்து 300 crores money has to be spent on buying arm dress and gear, shoes இதெல்லாம் வாங்குறதுக்கு 300 crores proposal. Okay, it's starting from ASO, இப்படி ஸ்லோவாக வந்து finally it goes to the Home Minister. Joint Secretary லெவலுக்கு வந்து வந்ததுக்கப்புறம் JS will feel that no, this is a matter which has to get the opinion of Finance Department. So let me send it to Finance Department. He will send it to the Joint Secretary of Finance Department. அதனால் அங்கே ஒரு ப்ராசஸ்லாம் போயிட்டு வரும், டவுட்ஸ், ரெஃபரல்ஸ், தென் இட் வில் கோ டு த செக்ரட்டரி, தென் த செக்ரட்டரி will once again refer to JS. From JS it will come back here. So by the time the file, if you look at the central government files, no, be so big in size, so much of information, communication, each and every person will add an opinion. So is it correct, தப்பு, இப்போ இருக்கிற financial situation, is it good or bad, can we afford to spend money right now for this, or should we be spending money on COVID? All such opinions will be put in that file. இவ்வளோ பெரிய ஃபைல் அமித்ஷா பார்த்தாருன்னா will he be able to study that file completely? Not possible, right? But he is the final decision making authority. So to help him assist in this kind of file work, you have a person who is called as Deputy Minister. Has no independent power or anything. His only work is to make the workload of the cabinet minister simple. Okay, so என்ன நடக்கும்னா he will pass an order saying that Home Secretary will, after before submitting any file to me, you please send it to Deputy Minister. From Deputy Minister let it come to me. Okay, so Deputy Minister will understand the mind of the minister and he will study the entire file, and he is just like a steno or a PA or whatever you can call. Okay, என்னன்னா ரொம்ப நாளா மந்திரி பதவி வேணும் அலைஞ்சிட்டு இருக்கிறதுனால just one symbolic post is created, Deputy Minister. Have it, you're also a minister. Okay, so he can get one police armed security guard, one separate vehicle. Okay, so he will get those things. He is also happy, and he will assess the minister. He will study the entire file. He will give some Mr. Minister, I have studied the entire file. In the subject matter, these are the 3 decisions that needs to be taken. I am suggesting these 3 course of action. So minister என்ன பண்ணுவார் now? He will not study the entire file. He will just look at that one sheet where the entire summary and the entire course of action has been summarized by Deputy Minister. Easier படிச்சுட்டு within 5 minutes he will take a decision. Okay, go with option number 1. It is for that purpose you have a person called as Deputy Minister. Okay, so this is his function. So you can understand that Deputy Minister has no power. He himself cannot sanction 500 crores for army, for CRPF modernization. He cannot sanction. He is just there to assist cabinet minister. All right, I'll tell you how. Where does a minister of state come? Please listen here. In the home ministry எடுத்துட்டீங்கன்னா, okay, let's take finance ministry. A finance ministry will have a department. A department of expenditure will be there. A department of banking and financial services will be there. A department of revenue will be there. Okay, so listen, finance minister is so busy with work that she is not interested anymore to look into department of revenue. So what she will do is she will give away the responsibility of this one department, will be given in the hand of right now we have a minister of state in finance department. Have you seen? எப்போ பார்த்தாலும் நிர்மலா சீதாராமன் கூட ஒரு சின்ன பையன் ஒருத்தர் சுற்றிட்டே இருக்கிற மாதிரி இருக்கும் பார்த்துருக்கீங்களா? அனுராக் தாக்கூர். So he is the minister of state, but he does not have any charge. So if a minister of state does not have any independent charge, he will perform the same function as a deputy minister. Just that minister of state is next in rank after cabinet minister. அதுக்கும் கீழே தான் deputy minister. So people would not want to have the status of deputy minister. They would actually be happy to be called as minister of state. But Anurag Thakur has not been given any independent charge. So if a person is not given independent charge, he just performs the same work as that of a deputy minister. File வேலை பார்த்துட்டு input கொடுக்கிறது, that's all. But இதே வந்து independent charge if it's given, no, so that is where the real power comes. Independent charge கொடுத்தாங்கன்னா in all these matters the file will stop in this with this person. It will not go from here to finance minister. He is the final decision making authority. If Anurag Thakur is given the power of independent charge of Department of Revenue, he is all in all with respect to this particular department, then he will be called as a Minister of State with independent charge. Okay. So that is the definition. You understand, no? Okay. So who takes decisions in government? In government, all decisions, the decisions are all taken by a body called as cabinet. Okay. Please listen. Let's say there is a proposal to purchase Rafale aircraft. There is a lot of strong suspicion that China, Pakistan, they are going to team up together and attack India. So we have to equip ourselves with the latest state of art aircraft. So India has decided to purchase Rafale from France. Which all ministries do you think has to be involved in this decision? Defense, finance, home, external affairs. Yeah, definitely. Home should also be involved. Correct? And who would participate in this decision making? Only the cabinet minister of defense, cabinet minister of finance, cabinet minister of external affairs. Only the cabinet ministers will participate in these matters. Okay. In case, if it is about, let's say, it's a proposal for linking. Okay, I'm not getting an example. It is something which involves Department of Revenue. Some decision involves revenue collection also. Abdina, in the இடத்துல, can the finance minister attend this meeting? Consider the previous example that I have given. Yes. Minister of Finance, no, Minister of State with independent charge. Because the Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman, she does not even know what is happening in that department because she has already given that completely to Anurag Thakur. That is why normally it is the cabinet ministers who will attend these meetings. But if a Minister of State has an independent charge, then in that case, even such Minister of State with independent charge can also be invited to cabinet meetings. Deputy ministers are never a part of cabinet meetings. Prida? The purpose of cabinet meetings is to make decisions. So who should make decisions? Those who really have the power and those who really have control should be making decisions, which happens usually to be the cabinet ministers. If at all some charge has been taken out and given in the hands of some minister of state with independent charge, then they should also be made as a part of decision making process. That's all. That is all about cabinet, and this is how cabinet functions. Okay. So that's all. That is all about union executive. Attorney General is also a part of executive. We will discuss Attorney General later when we discuss about constitutional bodies. We will have discussion. That is just a 10 minutes discussion, not more than that. So have I discussed about CAG? Did I at least mention the word CAG in the what CAG does? CAG on the audit report on Kuduparu. Yes, we have discussed. Okay. All right. So this is all about the union executive. Let me see the constitutional provisions if I have missed out on anything or not. Yeah. Sorry? It's not needed. That is not needed. That Prime Minister's topic is about Article 78. So what it means is, what Article 78 means is Prime Minister is the connecting link between Council of Ministers and the President. When I say Home Minister will give an advice to the President, it doesn't mean that Amit Shah will directly go and meet Ramnath Kovind and talk to him. Amit Shah will talk to Modi. Modi will go and talk to Ramnath Kovind. Okay. So that is the only point, because Prime Minister is the head of Council of Ministers. Okay, nothing more. 78, this is Article 77. So this is what I said: all executive action shall be taken in the name of the President. He is the head of the executive first. So what is given here is what I told you by allocation of business, transaction of business rules. Allocation of business is to decide who should have what portfolios, what departments should all be clubbed together into one ministry. That is allocation. Then how should the file movement happen? If there's a conflict between one minister and other minister, it should be referred to the Prime Minister. இதெல்லாமே எப்படி வந்திருக்குன்னா, it's because of transaction of business rules made by the President. Why did the President do that? Because he has been given power under Article 77 to do that. Conduct of government business. Under this, President has been given those power. President shall make rules for more convenient transaction of business and for allocation among ministers of the said business. That is what he does. Attorney General. This is about Council of Ministers. Salaries and allowances shall be as such Parliament may from time to time by law determine. And until so, it shall be specified in the second schedule. So, panitanga law. I told you, no, salaries and allowances of the ministers. So, it's as per the law. Okay. All these are fine. I think you will be able to handle all questions which can be asked from these parts of the Constitution. Correct? Oh, this is the oath. Allegiance to the Constitution, and I will faithfully discharge the duties. Okay. Parliament may, as I think, so discharge of the presidents. Okay. Election, Vice President. Okay. I think. Do you know what is the removal process of Vice President of India? Did I discuss about the election of Vice President of India? How is he elected?
Only by
MPs. MLAs will not be a part of Vice President's Electoral College. But how is a Vice President removed? It is the same. Vice President can be removed, and the process is given in your Parliament chapter. How a chairperson of Rajya Sabha is removed. Basically, you are removing a chairperson of Rajya Sabha means you are removing a Vice President of India. How is he removed? Any idea? What majority is required? You read the constitutional provisions. Okay. This is the provision. So what it says is, for the purpose of removal of a Vice President, what is the majority that is required? See, he's a chairperson of Rajya Sabha. So in Rajya Sabha, you have to first pass a resolution. Resolution for removal of the chairperson of Rajya Sabha. And what is the strength that is required to pass this resolution in Rajya Sabha? Please listen here carefully. Majority of the what does it mean? Majority of the then members of the House. What does it mean? Any answers? It's not a special majority of the then members. It is just a majority of the then members. Simple majority. Yeah. The then members na, it means total membership minus vacancy in Rajya Sabha. Purida? Out of them, you have to have a simple majority. That's all. So this is the procedure in Rajya Sabha. So once this is done, now in Lok Sabha, you have to pass a resolution. Simple majority, a resolution is passed in Lok Sabha, accepting the decision of Rajya Sabha. Yes, we accept the decision of Rajya Sabha to remove the chairperson. Okay. So that is the strength that is required in Lok Sabha. Lok Sabha, simple majority. Yeah. Election of Vice President. Okay. All right, that is all. We are done with executive. We are done with parliament also. Okay, we'll move on to the next topic, which is about judiciary. Is there any doubts up to now? If you have any doubts, you can get it first clarified. Online students. Yes, from any doubts, online students, do you have any issues up to now? Executive, legislature, both topics. You can get it clarified today if you have any doubt. Sir, in Lok Sabha, for removal of vice president, it is simple majority alone. It is simple majority. Members present and voting. Among them, majority, if they give their support, the resolution is successful. That is the strength that is required in Lok Sabha. It is only in Rajya Sabha we require the majority of the then members. That is the difference. Okay. Clear? So the parliamentary forums and parliamentary group chapter is important. Forget that. Not important. Not at all important. Just 1 year it was asked. Lakshmikant has added that as a chapter in Lakshmikant book. Okay. It will never be asked again. See, let me tell you, these are questions. Every year in polity, you will have one question, maximum two questions, which can be outside Lakshmikant's textbook, where UPSC can go straight into rules of procedure of Lok Sabha, can take one point and ask you a question. It doesn't mean that you have to immediately start memorizing rules of procedure of Lok Sabha. No. Whatever is there in the constitution, we have to know clearly about that. That is our first priority. Okay, அதை படிச்சு முடிச்சு அதை தர வரதுக்கே வந்து time is not sufficient enough. Doing multiple revisions again and again. So all those extra bits and pieces added in Lakshmikant, just forget about them. Okay, you don't have to study. And there is one complete topic on political parties in Lakshmikant. Forget about them. Don't read that. Okay, first constitutional provision. Next, legislative provisions. Salient features of Representation of People's Act. We have to know something about that. Then if you have time, all these informal associations like parliamentary groups, parliamentary forums and all these things. Don't worry about parliamentary forums. I did not get the ordinance misusing process. Well, misuse of ordinance making powers. There are two ways of misuse. One is intentionally president is proroguing the house so as to make an ordinance. The other misuse is repeatedly the president is promulgating ordinance after ordinance. So if executive can repeatedly make ordinance, then why should we even have a legislature in the first place? So that is the way how ordinance making powers can be misused. So should we read all oaths? Don't read. UPSC, don't read. If possible, if at all these questions are asked in your test series, no. Whenever it's asked in test series, just solve them, and if you make a mistake, go back to your book and notice what oath is what. Okay, you don't have to read it unnecessarily. What happens if Lok Sabha is prorogued repeatedly? I don't get your question. How can it be prorogued repeatedly? Do you remember whatever was taken in Parliament chapter? Never. Okay. So how many members are there in Public Accounts Committee? See, this is a simple question, but the issue is you will not be able to immediately recollect it. How many members are there in PAC, Public Accounts Committee? Okay. (15 plus 7), correct. Answer is right. 22 members totally. It's not 15. From Lok Sabha you have 15. From Rajya Sabha you have 7. How are the members from Rajya Sabha chosen for Public Accounts Committee? Is it election? Is it election by single transferable vote? Nominated. Very good. 15 plus 7. 15 members from Lok Sabha, 7 from Rajya Sabha. The 15 members, they are elected from Lok Sabha. But the 7 members, they are nominated from Rajya Sabha. Chairperson of Rajya Sabha will nominate those 7 members. Okay. Okay. Can Lok Sabha make any changes to finance bill? Finance bill. It's not financial bills. Do you understand what is a finance bill? In the finance bill, no? Sorry? சொல்லுங்க. What is a finance bill? What do you understand by a finance bill? Contains expenditure. So then tell me what is the difference between a finance bill and a financial bill? ரெண்டுக்கு என்ன difference இருக்கு? Sir, in DRSC, why Lok Sabha members are nominated but not elected, sir? Because rules of procedure say so. I don't know what is the reason, and I don't want to go into why in DRSC members are elected, not elected, why are they nominated? Because rules of procedure, it is given that they are nominated. Tell me what is the difference between finance bill and financial bills? Have we discussed it or we have not discussed it? Can someone tell me at least what is a financial bill? Financial bills will have expenditure component along with other provisions like MG and IJ. Very good. Any bill that has a expenditure component is called as a financial bills. Correct. Article 110 is a separate class which is called as money bills. Money bills provisions plus there can be some other parts, some other expenditures also. I had made even a chart. See, this is financial bills. Any bill that has an expenditure component is called as financial bill. Only those matters which are there in Article 110, they are called as money bills. Okay, so what is a finance bill? In this context, I am asking you a question. What is a finance bill? See, finance bill is used in what context? Can you identify? Do you remember the budget process? Correct, budget. Demand for grants. Voting on demand for grants. So, Rajya Sabha has an equal role to play as Lok Sabha in voting on demand for grants. Is it right or is it wrong? Only Lok Sabha. Correct. Wrong. Right. Rajya Sabha has an equal role to play. An appropriation bill is passed in Rajya Sabha. Is it correct or is it wrong? An appropriation bill is passed in Rajya Sabha. Is it right or is it wrong? Correct. Yes. See, the bill it will be passed. Without passing, you cannot actually do anything. So a bill has to be passed. Okay, it is passed in both houses. Correct. A financial bill, a finance bill is passed as a money bill. Is it right or is it wrong? A finance bill is passed as a money bill. Is it right or is it wrong? True. Correct. A finance bill, it's in the context of budget. In budget, one is to take money out of consolidated fund to spend money. One is to bring more money into consolidated fund. Right? What bill is used for taking money out of consolidated fund? In the context of budget? சொல்லுங்க என்னது? Yes? See, any bill that takes money from consolidated fund or brings money, both are called as money bills. Yes. So both appropriation bill and finance bill are both passed as money bills. First, which bill is to take money out? Correct. Appropriation. The word appropriate, misappropriation என்ன நீங்க எடுத்துட்டீங்க காசு அதான் misappropriation. So appropriation, it is for the purpose of taking money out. Finance bill is to bring money into consolidated fund through taxes. So finance bill is what talks about new taxes, change in tax rates of already existing taxes. So that is finance bill. This is consolidated fund. Okay. Parliamentary immunities and privileges are available to Comptroller and Auditor General of India. Is it a correct statement? Parliamentary immunities and privileges are available to CAG. Is it right or is it wrong? True. Is it right or is it wrong? That's good. Wrong. It's only available to Attorney General. Is it available to ministers who are not members of the House? Yes, correct. Yes is the right answer. So as to allow them to answer questions. Even if you are not a member of the House, as a minister, you should be held accountable by members. By asking questions. Starred question, answer. Minister has to answer. So he has to have immunities. So yes, he does enjoy. What is the difference between... Did I ask you this question already? Last class? What is a calling attention motion? I asked you that question, this batch. Okay. Okay, all right. So when was the last time the territorial constituencies within a state, for the purpose of Lok Sabha elections, territorial constituencies within a state was readjusted for the last time in good 2001. That is correct. 1975 is wrong. No. Okay. Who makes rules for purpose of conducting joint sitting of Parliament? Lok Sabha. Who makes rules for the purpose of conducting joint sitting of the Parliament? Speaker. Okay. What else? Whose authority as per the Constitution to make rules for joint sitting? That's correct. Answer is President of India. Joint sitting ஒரு ஹவுஸ்ல இருக்கிறவர் மட்டும் he cannot make rules. It is the president who will make rules. இதெல்லாம் constitutional provision. Okay. A constitutional amendment under Article 368. A constitutional amendment bill has to be passed to change the quorum requirement in Lok Sabha. Is it right or is it wrong? A constitutional amendment is required to change the quorum in Lok Sabha. No, sir. No. Wrong. Correct. The correct answer is no. Why so? What would be your answer if I ask you why? Why do you think no? Why? Article 100 எடுத்து பார்க்கணும் அதுக்கு பார்த்தீங்கன்னா அதிலே போட்டுருக்கும். The quorum of Lok Sabha can be changed by passing a ordinary law of parliament அப்படின்னு போட்டிருப்பாங்க. Ordinary lawங்கிறது it's the easy approach of changing the constitution. There's the easy process, a difficult process, right? So that is why. Okay. And if there is something else to be asked, what is the strength that is required for a adjournment motion to be admitted in Lok Sabha? Adjournment motion to be admitted in Lok Sabha, what would be the strength that is required? Support of any answers? 1/3 majority. No. No. 50 members is the correct. See, simple majority is to pass the adjournment motion, to get the adjournment motion voted upon. My question is to introduce the adjournment motion. What is the number of members support that is required? It is 50 members. An adjournment motion can be introduced in Rajya Sabha. Yes or no? Yes or no? Adjournment motion? No. Correct answer is no, it cannot be. Because I told you both no conference as well as adjournment, they are censure motions. They are to hold the government accountable for its actions. It is to show on the face of the government that you no longer enjoy the support of the Lok Sabha. Both are for the same purpose. Okay, but shown in different manners. So what would be the difference between no confidence motion and adjournment motion? Is there any difference? Rendu ore purpose thaan appadina, then what would be the difference? Did we discuss it in the class? What would be the difference between no confidence motion and adjournment motion? No, that is adjournment. House is adjourned, speaker சொல்றது அது adjournment motion. Very good. Archana's answer is right. A recent failure of the government is the ground for moving a adjournment motion. NCM, no confidence motion, does not need to have any specific reason. It is generally to see the correct procedure is, let's say government has failed in tackling corona. So Congress will first get a adjournment motion successfully adopted in Lok Sabha. அது முடிஞ்சதுக்கு அப்புறம் now the Congress would want to introduce a no confidence motion. எதுக்குன்னா to topple the government. Okay, so no confidence motion does not require any reason. Whenever there is a doubt whether the government still enjoys support or not, a no confidence motion will be taken up and it will be proved. Adjournment motion needs to have a specific reason. The reason being that there should be some recent mishandling by the government. Okay. Okay. 110, 111, 112. Sir, does the nominated members vote during no confidence motion? Yes, they do. They do vote. Changing the number of seats in Lok Sabha allotted to different states requires a constitutional amendment under Article 368. Is it correct or is it wrong? The number of seats allotted to Tamil Nadu in Lok Sabha currently is 39 seats. So if you want to change that number, do you require simple majority? Okay. Wrong is the correct answer. Correct. Okay. Changing the total number of seats allotted to states in Lok Sabha requires a amendment to Constitution under Article 368. Is it right or is it wrong? Purida. Total seats allotted to states is, as of now, it is? Huh? For states together. It is 540. Yeah. It's 530. 530 for states, 13 for union, 20 union territories. But as of now, only 13 has been filled. 543 for states and union territories. 2 members are Anglo-Indian members. My question is that 530, if it has to be changed for the states as a whole, do we need to have an amendment under Article 368 or no? That is my question. Correct answer is yes. Did I not tell you? After each and every census, 51 hour census, 61 hour census, 71 hour census, first original Lok Sabha had only 489. As the Lok Sabha in Article 83, if you read, you will have that number. 489 would have been there in the first Lok Sabha. அப்படியே 494 amendment பண்ணி மாத்துவாங்க. Slowly it gets amended each time. 42nd constitutional amendment of 1976 was the last time when a number change happened. அதுக்கு முன்னாடி 530 or something இருந்தது. 42nd amendment of 1976 changed that number in Lok Sabha for seats. Total number of seats in Lok Sabha for states 530, union territories 20. That number change was effected by 42nd Amendment Act. So hence you require a constitutional amendment act under Article 368 to change the representation of states in Lok Sabha. Yes. Okay. Did I discuss with you about committee on parliamentary committees? Not discuss பண்ணனா? Committee on subordinate legislation. Did I discuss? Committee on subordinate legislation. Yes or no? No? Did I not discuss? Okay. So then, when I asked you, I hope you don't have doubts then. ஒன்றும் பிரச்சனை இல்லையா? Will you be able to manage without any further explanation on committee on subordinate legislation? Did you go through your books? Did you know that there is something called as a committee on subordinate legislation? Okay, tell me first, what parliamentary committees do you know? Have you heard about? Business Advisory Committee. Have you heard of that? What is the purpose of that? Isn't Parliament supposed to create Delimitation Act after each census? Why Constitution Amendment Act? Delimitation Act is to delimit the number of constituencies to different states. It is to delimit the size of each constituencies. But composition of House of People subject to provisions not more than 530 members chosen by direct election from territorial constituencies in the states. Not more than 20 members to represent the union territories chosen in such manner as Parliament may by law provide. Okay. Subject to provisions, not more than 530 members. 6. Okay, I think I'm wrong. You are right. It can be done by an ordinary law. So the answer which I gave with respect to changing the number of seats for states in Lok Sabha, it's not done through amendment process. It's not done through Article 368 amendment is not actually followed. You can do it by a simple law, by an ordinary law. Okay, you're good, you're right, and I'm wrong. But it's not done through Delimitation Act. It is done through a separate act. Okay. For 525, it was changed by Goa, DU, and Daman Reorganization Act. It was actually changed. So this can be done by a simple law. Okay. Okay. So the question on Business Advisory Committee, day-to-day working of the Parliament is managed by them. Correct. Laying out the timetable for Parliament. What should be the agenda that should be taken up is laid out by Business Advisory Committee. Correct. Are you aware of something called as Committee on Privileges? What would be the purpose of Committee on Privileges? Sorry? Motion of privilege. Okay. So whenever there is a question on breach of privilege by any member of the House, did we discuss about breach of privilege? Yes or no? Do you remember breach of privilege? Yes, checking if the members are examine any complaint by the member against any member, right? So if a member has breached the privileges, there are so many privileges, you should just go back and revise what are those privileges. Any privileges, if it is breached, a member can make a complaint to the presiding officer, to the speaker. that so and so person has breached the privilege. He should not have spoken about Rahul Gandhi in this manner, but he used bad words and he spoke such offensive language. So you should please take action against him, chase him out of the house. And the inquiry has to be done by a body. That body is what is called as Committee on Privileges. Similarly, you have a committee on subordinate legislation. Okay, what is this concept called as subordinate legislation? Is it already discussed or is it not discussed? Someone give me a correct answer. Have we already discussed about this committee called as Committee on Subordinate Legislation? No, it's not been discussed. Okay. Let's say there is something called as Environment Protection Act. So who has made this act? Parliament. What is the purpose of Environment Protection Act? To protect environment. Okay. But in parliamentarians, they will not know the real problems on the field. Law is just a macro level document. It only says that hazardous activities should not be undertaken. Polluting activities should not be undertaken. அது என்ன அந்த polluting activities அப்படிங்கிறத it will not be mentioned in the law. Because parliamentarians have no idea. They can only reflect a broader vision. They cannot actually specify the nitty-gritties of the field. So what the law will say is, what is the meaning of pollution will be decided by the Ministry of Environment and Forest. அப்படின்னு போட்டுருவாங்க. Okay. So now Ministry of Environment and Forest will come up with something called as Environment Impact Assessment Rules. Or let me say, Environment Protection Act has a provision in it for doing an activity which is called as Environment Impact Assessment. Do you know what is an Environment Impact Assessment? Yes? Environment impact. I am taking up a quarrying project in a forest, Western Ghats. Because of this project, what would be the impact on the environment? That has to be first assessed. Okay, that is called as Environment Impact Assessment. Water bodies, what will be the pollutant increase that will happen? What will be the impact on the tribal communities? How many species will get affected because of these pollutants? So the impact has to be studied. So Environment Protection Act mandates an activity called as Environment Impact Assessment. So who would do that? It's a Ministry of Environment and Forest who would do this activity of Environment Impact Assessment. So, but the act will say it is for the ministry to do to come up with rules regarding how to proceed with this Environment Impact Assessment. So if a draft TIA rules has come last year, so that only is it's why does MOEF come up with this draft rules? Because EPA has empowered the ministry to come up with its draft rules. On the rules it will be mentioned what is the technical expertise committee, what activities are permitted, what are not permitted. So can we say this rules, notification, office order, bylaws, these are all called as subordinate legislations. Why is it called a subordinate? It is subordinated to what? Environment? Because all these rules are all subordinated to this parent act called as Environment Protection Act. It is because of EPA you have all these rules that are made. Correct? That is why it's called as subordinate laws. That is called as subordinate legislation. Okay. So basically rule making power is rules, it's a kind of law. Correct? Law is a set of do's and don'ts. Rules are done. So these are all something which is supposed to be made only by the lawmaking body, that is Parliament. But Parliament, because of lack of expertise, it cannot come up with an elaborate set of procedures and rules. So it is giving away its power in the hands of executive ministry to do your own rules. But can we trust the executive? That is why we have a committee called as Committee on Subordinate Legislation. Even though the Environment Protection Act gives this power in the hands of executive, Is the executive violating the provisions of the Parent Act itself? Illa in the rules is it in harmony with the provisions of this act? Adala check pannanum. That is why we have a committee called as Committee on Subordinate Legislation. So whatever subordinate legislation, the rules that should be submitted before the Committee on Subordinate Legislation. Those members will go through it. They will be satisfied that there is nothing in subordinate legislation that is violating the principles of the Parent Act. It is for that purpose we have a body called as Committee on Subordinate Legislation. Okay. So all right, we will stop here. We'll stop here and class is over. So we will continue with judiciary in the next class. Okay. So thank you. We'll meet in the next class then. All right. Thank you. Sir, how many more classes to complete? Okay. You will have judiciary, Supreme Court, 2 classes. Emergent center state relations will do in 4 classes. Judiciary, center state 4, 5, 6. Local self government in 2 classes, 8. Trees, language provisions in 2, 10. Elections 2 classes, 12, 13, 14. I think maybe another 13 to 15 classes. Okay, so basically you will require another 6 weekends. Why are you bored of polity? You want to somehow complete it? Or is it to plan your preparation? Polity, you will require a lot of time because anyway your first Satyapal sir would have also taken a lot of classes, no? Around 10, 12 classes எடுத்துருப்பாரு நினைக்கிறேன். Yes. Okay. Whether president can withhold an already reconsidered bill? No, he cannot. Once he has sent for reconsideration, he has to just give his assent. He has no other option. Okay. All right. We'll conclude and we'll meet in the next class. Thank you.